Baba yetu yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe.
Baba yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe.
Utupe leo chakula chetu, tunachohitaji tusamehe makosa yetu, kama nasi tunavyowasamehe waliotukosea. Usitutie katika majaribu, lakini tuokoe na yule mwovu wa milele.
Baba yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe. Baba yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe. Yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe. Baba yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe.
Utupe leo chakula chetu, tunachohitaji utusamehe makosa yetu, kama nasi tunavyowasamehe waliotukosea. Usitutie katika majaribu, lakini tuokoe na yule mwovu wa milele.
Yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe. Baba yetuliye mbinguni, yetu, amina. Baba yetuliye, jina lako litukuzwe.
Utupe leo chakula chetu, tunachohitaji utusamehe makosa yetu, kama nasi tunavyowasamehe waliotukosea. Usitutie katika majaribu, lakini utuokoe na yule mwovu wa milele. makosa yetu, hey, kama nasi tunavyowasamehe wale waliokosea, usitutie katika masharibu, lakini utuokoe na yule mwovu milele.
Jimmy Bolden, Angel City Corral. Not to mention our orchestra.
Thread in the tapestry, though its color brightly shine, could never see its purpose in the pattern of the grand design. And the stone that sits at the very top of the mountain's mighty face, does it think it's more important than the stones that form the base? So how can you see what your life is worth or where your value lies? You can never see through the eyes of man. You must look at your life through heaven's eyes. Of gold in the desert.
My lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Trans Girl Jade, Crazy Kudu, Paige Punk Corpse, Grouchy Ash, Queen Laura, Gay Fest, Joey Ravioli, Token Brazilian, Bald Dad, Nuts, Evelyn, Agent Mad Hat, Bongs Daily, Erica, Mika Meow, Posadas John, Pistol Cakes, the one and only, Laundry, Possum, Teeth Stealer. From the YouTube chat, we have Bree, Bubble Bobble, Zoe Vexed, Paul, M. We got Bromine Lucid, we got Hunted Furby, we got Bubble Bobble, I don't know if I said that one already, Eddie Spencer, Walk Butt Draws, Cyan Ryan, 357, Hypno Amber, Buttershave, About Twitch, Ab Twitch, Ignar Husky, Mr. Mystery, Ivy Evans, Wordsmith, K-Star, Better for the Potato, Lucy Hayes. Welcome, Leaf, the voice boxer, Nikki, Fairy Guts, Versifer, Fulmer, Flamingo, Nuts, Mesmerized Eddie, Princess Juan. Let's enjoy the rest of this song.
Look at your life.
Amazing, yes? Amazing. Of course, that is the brilliant Sam Robson covering the Prince of Egypt classic, Through Heaven's Eyes. And boy, oh boy, won't we be looking at our life through heaven's eyes today, my lovely, lovely imps. If you are here, please make sure, my hair went into my mouth, that you press the like button, because the likes are going to be extra, extra important. It is officially summer. Well, I don't know if it's like seasonally. Well, actually, let me see. Is it summer? No, it's not officially summer, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all because everyone behaves like it's summer, and the YouTube numbers certainly show that it is summertime, okay? I guess it starts in June. Yeah, meteorological summer, but it doesn't matter. It's really, really hot. Nobody's inside, so those likes are more important than ever to make sure we get these numbers for the stream nice and beefy as they deserve to be. How y'all feeling today? I am feeling summerly. And what that means is that I feel like I want to lay around and stay as cool as possible. And yet here I am today to keep you all entertained and hopefully informed and enlightened as well. I've been very busy the last few days. Literally, like not like I have been playing a lot of Legend of Zelda, but that's in between a bunch of other stuff that I've been doing, which is why I haven't had a stream since that Whopper monster stream of the Illuminati drama, which, by the way, can I just be 100% clear? That was a absolutely draining drama mama to do. What a nightmare of a situation. We're actually posting the drama mama, the edited drama mama, tomorrow in 2 parts because it's so chunky. I appreciate everyone who watched the whole thing, and a lot of people did. I actually heard that a couple of people actually shouted out my coverage on other people's shows, which makes me feel good because I feel like I put a lot of work into it, and I also feel like I did a good rundown, like an accurate rundown that wasn't like super slanted or whatever. Meatball Ron is fucking boring. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I couldn't bring myself. I know that like it would have been like it would have been probably good for the algorithm for me to cover Elon Musk talking to Ron DeSantis. You know what? Let's do it. Let's pop in there. Let's go pop into the Twitter space. Can we? How do you even... Is it still going? How do you even find it? Where is it? Is it over? It's capped out? Oh, they closed it off, yeah. Well, what a stupid, hilarious embarrassment, right? Wow, everybody's just roasting him. Apparently they just like bungled the audio at one point. It's so boring. Of course it's going to be boring. Ron DeSantis and Elon Musk are the 2 most like charisma lacking people you can possibly imagine, especially nowadays. Like Elon used to have some form of like soy Reddit charisma when all he talked about was like rocket ships, and he would start crying about reading science fiction. Do you guys remember that? I don't know if anybody is like, probably everyone's brains have been like cleared of this type of stuff, but there used to be this viral clip that went around on the internet all the time of Elon Musk like crying about how he used to read science fiction when he was a kid and how he's gonna bring everybody to Mars in 2 years. And this was like 15 years ago. Yeah, guys, it's so, I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to do the Elon Musk, DeSantis Twitter space. Maybe I'll work up the courage and we'll like do like an analysis of it later this week or something if a recording of it shows up. I'm sure there's gonna be a recording at some point, but, guys, Holy shit, I couldn't bring myself to do it today. Anyway, we have a lot of other stuff to talk about today. Like a lot of actually important stuff. We have a lot to talk about. You can only make the trip to Mars in cycles because it's really fucking far, and that's when it orbits. The closest logistics of going to Mars is a fucking nightmare. Of course it is. Obviously. There's only 250,000 in that space, and that's fucking pathetic. Of course it is. He's trying to launch for president on Twitter. How desperate do you have to be? Like, not even like random Green Party candidates are that desperate. You have to be unbelievably desperate. Oh yeah, Posadas John mentions Bolt Gun, which is the new Warhammer 40K boomer shooter. I might play that actually. A bunch of people have been recommending it to me. However, I have a problem, which is I have way too many games on my plate right now, and I'm not playing any of them because the only thing I care about is Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'm not kidding you. I want to play Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom right now, but because I'm gracious and wonderful, I'm going to be here entertaining all of you. Tears of the Kingdom is so fucking good, it's not even fucking funny. It's not even funny. It's too good. It's way too good, and it's way too horny. What is this? We got a meme? All right, we got an early game. All right, we got an early stream meme. Let's do it.
People have been pumping out the Tears of the Kingdom memes. They've been going.
Wait, I know this meme. Hold on a second. We don't have to, no offense to Shark. Shark is awesome. But we don't have to watch this one through Shark. We can just react to this meme directly through me because I've already seen this meme and I'll gladly share it with you all. It's a good ass meme. Hold on a second. We'll just watch the meme directly. I do like Shark, don't get me wrong. But I can react to this and share it with you. Also, it's relevant. Hold on, before we watch this meme, I have to tell you a story. Which is, over the last like month or so, my partner, Fawn, who many of you know, has been has devoted itself to a watch through of SpongeBob. So I have seen all of the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob, now the SpongeBob movie, and now we're into what we call bad SpongeBob because all of the SpongeBob after the movie like takes like an instantaneous decline in quality, which really sucks, but it's just how it goes. I have seen so much SpongeBob in my personal life, so I guess this meme is gonna be really fitting. Anyway, let's watch this meme together. There you go, there you have it. Let's do it, let's watch the meme. Oh no, I have to get this text off the screen because that's incredibly depressing. There we go. I forgot to take that text off. Let's go.
Hey, Squidward! Still riding to work on the machine, I see.
Don't say anything, Squidward. Remember your karma. What?
True! This is the most accurate experience in the world. Listen, all of the machinery in the world can't replace the pleasure of riding on a good old-fashioned Hans, okay? Squidward was a fool for trying to drive his squeaky wheelie vehicle around. Now, it is true, it's very difficult to get horses to fly. Who cares? Ride around on your horse and have a good time. The sky is for losers. Just kidding. I actually quite like the sky in that game. Tears of the Kingdom is awesome. And Torrent is greater than the Zelda horse. Wrong! I do like Torrent. But in Zelda horse, you build like a personal relationship with your horse. You pick out the horse, you pick out its clothing, you train the horse. Like Legend of Zelda has like, the new Zelda games have like a really cool horse, and you get a collection of different horses. You can get horses of different color. You can even style your horse's hair. Did you know that? There's a horse barber. You can change your horse's hairstyle. You can build yes, I have seen the shower barn. Yep. Someone just gave Meatball Ron a huge softball. What are you gonna do on day 1? Well, you know, I'm just saying. If I get elected president, which I will because I'm a winner, on day one, I'm gonna make sure that I will end the oppression of the meatball people. All separated meatball subs will be banned. You will no longer be able to order any meatball subs. You can't have that shit anymore. There you go. What about the motorcycle thing from the last game? Oh yeah, there was that. There was the Sheikah cycle, which is an end game like item that you get. I don't know if anything like that is in this game. It was really cool. The Sheikah cycle was pretty cool. Okay, but jokes aside, in Tears of the Kingdom, the engineering you can do is awesome. And I have had, oh wait, look, we can listen in. Hold on a second. I'm all over the place today. But you can tell I have summer ADHD during a Adderall shortage. But yeah, anyway, the engineering is awesome. You can build multi-stage rocket systems. You can build hover bikes that are like super battery efficient. There's all kinds of crazy stuff you can do. It's awesome. Anyway, let's listen in for a second. Ah, yes. The excellent Twitter experience. I click on the Ron DeSantis live space and it just crashes the website. Incredible! Incredible! Amazing. Bin says, Demon Mama, your hair is so nice today and the fit you have, so much swag. Thank you so much. I do quite like this shirt and I'm feeling very good about my hair today. My hair is finally out of the awkward middle length period and long enough that I can sort of put it up how I'd like, and it feels great to have my hair up how I'd like. Yeah. Look at that, it doesn't work. It doesn't even work. I can't, oh. Wait, watch this, ready? Ready, watch this. I click it. Join this space. Can't join. Oh, I'm
dead
in.
in its tracks in K through 12. And just last week, you eliminated the DEI bureaucracy in all of Florida's public universities. They'll be shut down completely. And I think what you've done is established a blueprint for fighting back against the left's long march of the institutions and making sure that those institutions reflect the value of Florida voters, not left-wing activists and the partisan press. So my question for you is, DC is another animal. It's quite different, the scale of the federal government. And how are you going to deliver results? And what is your culture war strategy facing down the swamp in DC?
Well, some of
that's Trump's thing.
Similar in this respect. When we're taking on things like DEI, you get blowback from legacy media and the far left. But that's an example of an issue where they are out of step with the vast majority of Americans. It's not just Republicans. It's independents and a lot of Democrats. Because you think about if you're a parent and you've got kids, you want to know when they apply to college, they're going to be judged based on their merit. And they're not going to be roadkill in some type of woke Olympics where they didn't fit some category and so they're denied opportunity. They want to make sure that achievement matters. And so we get a lot of quiet support for a lot of those things. And so I think what I do, just because, look, I'm a blue-collar kid. I grew up in the Tampa Bay area, working minimum wage to get through school. My grandfather worked in the steel mill in Western Pennsylvania. I just know instinctively kind of what like normal people think about all this stuff. And I have a good sense of when the legacy media and the left are outside of where the average American is, because people want you to be using common sense. And things like DEI, I mean, when I was growing up, I think things were better because people were actually told you should try to get along. Now they're told you need to segregate, and it's just crazy that they're trying to do all this stuff. So by eliminating that, there's a lot of people that were really happy about that, including people that certainly are not traditional Republicans. And I think there's similar issues when you do in the federal level. It's also the case that there are some tools at the federal level that we don't necessarily have at the state level. For example, some of the problems with the university and the ideological capture, that didn't happen by accident, can trace back all the way to the accreditation
Okay,
cartels.
all right, enough.
Well, guess what?
Enough. This is boring as shit. Do you see what I was saying? Do you see what I was fucking saying? This is boring as absolute sin. It's not even televised. He's not even on video. He's announcing his presidency over fucking Twitter space audio that you can't even get into. What a stupid moron. Oh wow, look, even the ancient old man Joe Biden. Hey, this link works because nobody can get in. Donate to help re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Let's finish the job. Man, you know it's bad when fucking Joe Biden the Lich is fucking beating you out. Jesus Christ. The man is he is just a I've said this. You guys who watch me regularly know I've been saying this shit since the moment that Ron DeSantis started to go up against Donald Trump, that I was saying the man is a loser at heart, that there is no shot that he will beat Donald Trump. There is no shot. There is literally, actually, sorry, I must make a correction. There is precisely one shot that Ron DeSantis has at beating Donald Trump, and that is if both Joe Biden and Donald Trump keel over. That's it. That's the literal only way. There is no other chance. This stupid idiot sitting in here fucking barfing into a microphone. Blah, 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 blah. Woke this, woke that. Oh, oh my God, hold on. Can I show you guys something? Can I show you guys an actual fucking Ron DeSantis hat? Like, I'm not kidding you. I saw this the other day and I didn't believe it was real, but it's actually unironically real. Hold on. I need to show this to you. This is a real Ron DeSantis campaign hat. DeSantis 2024, make America reverse backwards. It's supposed to be an F, but it's the state of Florida. Make America Florida. How like how fucking stupid, how bad do you have, how much of a loser do you have to be? This is like literally more of a loser. I don't know a single candidate, not even third-party candidates, that are this stupid. Make America Florida. Yeah, that's gonna go over well, because one thing you guys know is that every other state in America has absolutely no pride in their state and definitely wants to be Florida. By the way, just so you guys know, even mentioning the word Florida in like New York or New England will basically get you thrown out of a bar. Up in New England, Florida is like a dirty word because it's where all of the cowards run away to when they're scared of the snow. It's like Florida's like the most hated state in the country. Make America Florida is the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. And you know what's even, want to know what just makes it even better? I'm sure all of you already have thought about this. He just cribbed Donald Trump's motto. Donald Trump's motto is make America great again. Ron DeSantis is so lazy, so much of a loser, that all he could do was say, well, let's just take Donald Trump's but change it into being about Florida. Yeah, just make it about Florida. You'll see, everybody loves Florida. We'll have, well, we got Disney World. Well, we don't got Disney World no more. We got alligators. Everybody loves those. It's pronounced Seven Lorida. Get it right? Yeah, true. Exactly. Oh my fucking God. Apparently Fox is even mocking this. Oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Much hyped Ron DeSantis presidential announcement, a disaster on Twitter. Yeah, obviously. Obviously Fox News is gonna mock him because he's a loser and he didn't even take the opportunity. we go. Somebody just, sorry, I didn't mean to just lose focus, but somebody just tagged me on Twitter and I had to fix it. It was an important thing. My brain, I swear to God, the heat is really getting to me. Anyway, now that I'm back, Florida sucks. Ron DeSantis sucks. Ron DeSantis wouldn't even accept a fucking free gimme from Fox News. Jesus Christ. As mayor of Munchkin City in the county of the Land of Oz, I welcome you most regally. No, that has more swag. Unironically, that has more swag than Ron DeSantis. God, even listening to that for 1 second made me fall asleep. You guys, you want to know what's more powerful than fucking ASMR to get you to go to sleep? That shit. This. Ready? Here you go. Listen up. Here you go.
Ban things like Bitcoin under the Constitution. They may be able to do. I would oppose that. I think people should be able to do Bitcoin. But Congress has never addressed this in this fashion. And for the bureaucracy to just do it on their own and make it so people can't operate in that space, that's what we mean when we say we've got to return the government to the people's elected representatives who are our voice to be able to make these decisions. And so as president, we'll protect
we have to return the government to the people's elected representatives. Yeah, okay, bro. He can't even do the populism because he's not a populist. God, he's such a loser. He's such a fucking loser. Oh, man. He's literally running on "they're coming for your Bitcoins." Yeah. How pathetic. I'm not kidding you. That actually makes me tired. Yeah, maybe DeSantis will change his name to Ron Decentraland, and he'll become like one of those like virtual real estate guys who's like, yeah, for $100,000 you can buy a square of land in the Decentraland mall sphere. Even Cat Turd is shitting on it. Okay, guys. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. The guy whose name is Cat Turd needs to, he needs to fall out of the public, he's not in the public mind, but he's in the Twitter people's mind. And I think that the fact that a guy whose name is Cat Turd has somehow been rocketed to some level of relevance anywhere is a sign of how brain rotten the entirety of America has become. Do you guys understand how much mental capacity has been wasted as a result of social media, but specifically as a result of Twitter? You got a short clip for me? Wait, I didn't see it. I didn't see you link it. One more short clip? All right. We'll watch it in just a second. It's a fighting game footage of a fighting game I've never played, of a fighting game that no one has ever played. But okay, we'll take a look at it maybe. Because you're watching SpongeBob right now, can you do a quick review of SB129? Wait, isn't that the episode where they go into the future? Russian Jackal says, I'll listen to this tomorrow at work. Rock on, Demon Mama. We need way more atheist content than YouTube is currently producing. We'll get there. In fact, that's going to be the first topic of the day, but not if we don't get a whole bunch of likes. So hit me with your likes. We have almost 200 viewers, but only 144 likes. So I'm going to need your likes so we can pump up the numbers, because we might have discussions and debates with people tonight, depending on how the conversation around religion and atheism goes. Maybe I should change the title of the stream. Hold on, everybody. We're still in warm up. So, what are we thinking of the title of the stream? What are we thinking about the title? Should I change it to be more clickbaity? It says, I don't believe in God, with smug emojis, atheism, religion, and cringe. Should I change it to modern atheism is cringe? or should I put it, or should I change it to Christianity sucks and so does I don't know. What should I do it? What should I put it to? Should I put it to I'm converting to Christianity? Should I put it as I am announcing I am running for president? You're all wrong about religion? Change it to Reddit atheism was the peak of atheism? No, it wasn't. Modern atheism is cringe, do it. Oh yeah, the orcas. I've heard about the orca revolutions. Demon Mama has become a Catholic streamer. Your God is bad as you should feel bad. No, you guys have to understand something. You guys have to, okay, you have to, the Christians were right all along. It'd be so bad. You guys have to understand, okay? Listen, making a pro-atheism post or like title is not even atheists will click on it, okay? You guys have to understand, if you make a video that's titled like, why I'm an atheist, atheism and ethics or something like that, literally no one will watch that video. Not even atheists will watch that video. Maybe I should just title the stream Cringe Atheism. I have so much to say today, and I'm so angry about it. Well, that's good, Princess Wand. Okay, that's a good sign. This is my second live stream because I saw the title and I wanted to see it. See, I thought the title was pretty good because it leaves a lot of room for people to think about it. You know, look at this. Here, look, I'll even show you. Look, there's the title right there. Look at that. See, it looks so nice. Maybe I could just put it, you are wrong about religion. Yeah, all right. You know what? You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's try that and see if it brings some people in. Because I want to get as many people in here as possible. There we go. There we go. All right, that's a good idea. Tactical clickbaiting to get people on the left. That's what I've always done, okay? I've always been pretty good at clickbait. Not the best, but I've always been pretty good. Just want to know, would you say you're agnostic, atheist, or anti-theist? We're gonna get there. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. The R slur stream was pretty big. Yeah, it's true. It's true, but it didn't like, I mean, it did make a lot of people mad, and a lot of people did tune in, and a lot of people did actually listen to my argument, but not even close to as many as listened to other people. I'm tuning in to express how toxic it is of you to invalidate me by denying my divinity like this. All trans women are goddesses. This town ain't big enough for the two of us. There's only room for one divine trans woman. Pew, 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 pew. Here's the clip. Okay. All right, let's watch this clip. Let's see. This is a I will say the graphics are good. Let's check it out. Damn, they got gore in this one? The graphics in this game are so fucking nice. Thank you, Prancing Goldfish. The triple spin! Why is there blood? Yeah, he hit him with the ring dinger. He hit him with the fucking ring dinger. Damn, your spine will never be the same. Maltheism is the best. We have to kill God before he kills us, and we'll never be able to gain the necessary military power to do so if you keep telling people he isn't real. That's some golden compass stuff right there. Are we also going to talk about Target? Yes, we are. Don't you worry. We'll get with that. Hello, Tipster. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I came here before the raid. Well, I do appreciate the raid. We're still warming up, and then we're going to get right into the atheism stuff, which I'm looking forward to. If you are just coming in, by the way, smack that like button. Wow, Jesus. Smack that like button. I'll even do something cool with my tongue. Watch. See, there you go. Smack that like button and I'll do it again. We need the likes. It's summertime. We need the likes to buff up the views. Hiya, Site Chat. Well, you are on Site Chat. Everyone's happy. What did I just show up to? You just showed up to me showing off my sick-ass dragon tongue. The hairdo is still going hard. Thank you. Yeah, this is probably going to be my new style for the foreseeable future. I am planning on getting my hair colored. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking of going like very light colored. Does splitting your tongue cause long-term health problems? Not that I've heard of. I've talked to a lot of people, and I've talked to, I spent a lot of time talking to the body modder who did it, who is very serious about body modding and being very upfront with the risks. Like, he was very clear, like, with all of his procedures, he's very upfront and clear with the risks. Not that I know of, no. Is old school long hair Demon Mama making a return? Yes. Oh yeah, Shark got a YouTube button, which is like the coolest thing ever. Huge, just a quick here, you guys can clip this and send this to Shark. Massive congratulations to Shark for getting that YouTube button. That is a huge accomplishment. Super, super cool. Awesome job. Shark has been grinding hard and absolutely nailing it out of the park. And I gotta say, great job. Sick to see. Congratulations. You fucking deserve it, man. Religion stream? Oh yes, we're gonna be talking about religion a bunch. I hope there's no long-lasting damage. There's not been any long-lasting damage. The way, when you get your tongue split, it basically cuts a membrane between your muscles. I don't even, like, there's like, I can feel and taste everything exactly the same as I could before. It feels a little different, obviously. Because I have two tongues. But I like it. It's awesome. So. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Why not cut both sides in half and get 4 tongues? That you can't do, because there's no, you would have to cut into the muscle. The reason why split tongue works so easily and is such a simple procedure is because your tongue already has 2 muscles to make it be able to move the way it does. I feel like it shouldn't be possible, but it is just possible. Yeah, it is. Argo, good to hear, good to see you. I would do it. If I could get 4 tongues, I would totally, absolutely, unequivocally, absolutely do it. No questions asked. I wanted a split tongue for 7 years before I ended up deciding on it. And I'm very happy I did it. I don't regret it even a little bit. Does the tongue affect your ability to enjoy spicy food? No. Not at all. I like spicy food a ton. Killjoy says, I really dislike that Soulbunni used a clip of you to make an argument disparaging Shark. It was really shitty of them. That's kind of what I said. I didn't comment on the Soulbunni situation at all because honestly, I am so tired of rehashes of Vosh's drama. Like really, really, really tired of it. I'm super fucking tired of rehashes of a debate that happened like 2.5 years ago and then a drama that happened a year ago. It is the most like boring shit I can imagine. So I didn't really comment on the video that much, except to say that I didn't like how my clip was used because it made it seem like I supported what was said afterwards, and I don't. I don't think it was fair what Soulbunni said about Shark. I just don't think it's accurate. It's as simple as that. I haven't like thought about the broader argument around the usage of the words that were used in a long time. And I don't really care to make like a stream about that, but I just didn't really like that my clip was used as if it was like supporting it. When in reality, I was calling out something very specific, which it wasn't just Shark who was doing. It was lots of people were spreading misinformation about the Cat Black situation. They were firing from the hip, which is something, by the way, that happens on social media all the time. It's constant. Vontix with the incredibly generous $2 super chat. I wonder if all mammals have 2 tongue muscles. I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I don't know. This person with the tier 1 sub. I just set up my appointment to get HRT. It's been a long time coming, been out 2 years, and my insurance finally thinks I'm trans. Congratulations, this person. I am really happy to hear that. I'm sorry you had so much trouble with your insurance, but now you don't gotta worry about it anymore. Get that HRT, and I hope you feel awesome about it because you deserve to feel good about it. Yeah. Demon Mama, should I play the new Hogwarts or the new Zelda, and why? New Zelda. Hogwarts fucking sucks. The new Zelda is god tier. I'm talking, I haven't had this much raw fun with a game where it just sucks me in since Elden Ring. The new Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is so fucking good. I cannot recommend it enough. The designs of the characters are banger. The environments are banger. It's better than Breath of the Wild. It has everything that Breath of the Wild has and more. The story is better than Breath of the Wild. The characters are really, really great. The music is awesome. And it's horny as fuck. Did I forget to mention that it is like the horniest game that has ever been made by Nintendo since like Majora's Mask, which is probably the horniest game ever made and also the most depressing game ever made. It is amazing. The Hogwarts blows. Guys, Harry Potter, boring as fuck. That game, lazy fucking game design, lazy world design, boring tried out world. Hogwarts, whatever fucking game, everybody isn't playing it anymore. People will be playing and talking about Tears of the Kingdom for the next year. If nothing else, even if you are just as in love with the Legend of Zelda universe as you are with Hogwarts, which, okay, people can have their tastes. You are making a better decision to play Tears of the Kingdom, if only because you will be able to connect with way more people on it. Because let me tell you, a absolute fuckload of people are playing Tears of the Kingdom right now. Yep. Hornier than Bayonetta? Bayonetta is horny in a very narrow way, okay? Bayonetta has like a handful of horniness, whereas Legend of Zelda is like, it's like full spectrum sunlight levels of horny. Every single kink that you can imagine is represented in Legend of Zelda to an unbelievable degree. They got furries, they got muscle girls, they got femboys, they got gays in denial, they've got cuckoldry, they got polyamory, they've got like, I could go on for fucking ever. You guys have no idea the amount of shit. They got vor, transformation, they've got feet, They've got fucking tongue shit. They got, oh my God, you can't even imagine. It's unbelievable. I don't think they have dick nipples though. Horses, goats, pigs, monsters. Oh my God, milking. Slime. They got wet and messy. Oh, mummies, zombification, petrification, being frozen alive. Is there anything else? Oh, they got like hyper muscles. They've got mommy and daddy dynamics. They've got MILFs. Monster fucking. What else? I don't know if they got cake farts. I don't know if they've got any squat cobbling. Why are so many kinks just different ways of dying? Life is just different ways of dying, okay? Serious. Think about it. True, they do have age progression and age regression. That's true, they do. It's got everything. I'm not kidding you. By the way, you guys think I'm joking. I'm not joking even a little bit. This game is so fucking horny, it's unbelievable. Pain can be pleasure, obviously. Are we talking hentai tags, not really kinks? No. We're talking kinks, and they also just happen to have overlap with hentai tags. It's ridiculous. Maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna cover that this stream, but maybe. Lesbian Link in his single bed apartment with Zelda. Link is a gender destroying entity. You need to understand that. I'm not kidding you. Like, there is in Breath of the Wild, everyone, it was very popular to draw Link either as specifically as a hyper femboy or as a trans woman with a dick, okay? Now, it is like almost universal that they depict trans mask Link with top surgery scars. I can't even believe you. Wait, I can't even begin to tell you. Wow, I merged two turns of phrase there. How unbelievably hard they're going in this way. It's off the rails, okay? Fucking gender destroying entity, and I love it. Link is a trans mask femboy. See, the defenders are coming out. The trans mask defender ones. Link has been purposefully gender neutral since Ocarina of Time. The producer said so. Yeah, obviously. The Arlo says, I'm with how the actual company views Link, that they're non-binary and have all and no gender. Yes, that's why I'm saying Link is a gender destroying entity. Everyone, it's like Link is like a Rorschach test where people look at Link and they see what their mind desires or projects, some mixture therein, and he's like perfect in that way. I've always just thought Link was a femboy. Oh. Yes, lots of people thought Link was a girl in the old NES games. Yes, they've always Link has always been there's been a few like very mask Link designs. But just keep in mind that Link has always from the very beginning been a fairy boy who runs around in a little tunic and white tights and cute little boots, okay? And so no matter how far back you go, it is core to Link's design that he's just a little bit fruity, okay? Just a little bit fruity. Ocarina of Time Link, adult Link, is probably the like most mask Link. Maybe Twilight Princess, but there's a trade-off in Twilight Princess, which is that in Twilight Princess, he fucking turns into a wolf all the time. And that's like, it's not, you gotta be a little bit on the queer side to be able to cope with just turning back and forth from a wolf, you know? So, that's all I'm saying. Link in Smash Bros. Games post-brawl, he's very mask. But wait, but hold on a second. You can't say that because in all of the Smash Bros. Games, there's also been Toon Link, who is not super mask at all. Blablato says the producer claimed to make Link more masculine than before returning to form in Breath of the Wild. I can find the article, but for real, they said it. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Are Link and Zelda a couple? Link and Zelda are, like, they love each other, but they also have, like, an open relationship. Because, like, Link absolutely fucks Prince Sidon. Link absolutely is getting it on with a bunch of Gerudo. Link's probably getting it on with all kinds of fairy creatures and monsters. And I don't want to spoil anything, you know? I don't want to spoil anything, but Zelda's got some stuff going on too, okay? Zelda just, look, I can't spoil anything because the game just came out, you know? It's a cuckold relationship with Ganondorf. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, I can see that too. There's definitely a cuckold interpretation. But see, the thing with Ganondorf is that unlike Princess Peach, Zelda doesn't have the same relationship with Ganondorf that that Bowser has with Peach. Like, Peach clearly loves getting kidnapped by Bowser. She's constantly getting kidnapped by Bowser, and then they just hang out together the entire game. Every single time that Zelda is kidnapped by Ganon, she like seals herself into a ice crystal rather than getting like touched by him. So like there's not the same quite dynamic. You can read it that way. You can go that way, but it's not quite the same as like Princess Peach and Bowser, where the Bowser Mario Princess Peach thing absolutely is a cuckold thing. When I was referring to the cuckoldry in this game, I was actually referring to Prince Sidon, which, again, I don't want to jump into spoilers, but you'll understand when you play the game, okay? I think it's easier to interpret Ganondorf as kidnapping Zelda so that he can lure Link into getting fucked. I think that's more likely to be the case. Because I personally, when I see, especially Tears of the Kingdom Ganondorf absolutely wants to destroy that twink pussy. Like no ifs, ands, or buts. It's like so clear, man. I don't know how to make it more clear. Here's the statement. Here we go. Here's the statement right here. Back during the Ocarina of Time days, I wanted Link to be gender neutral. I wanted the player to think maybe Link is a boy or a girl. If you saw Link as a guy, he'd have more of a feminine touch, or vice versa. If you related to Link as a girl, it was with more of a masculine aspect. I really wanted the designer to encompass more of a gender neutral figure, so I've always thought that either for either female or male players, I wanted them to be able to relate to Link. During the development of Twilight Princess, I went a different route and created a version of Link that was more masculine. But after Twilight Princess, I went back to the drawing board and decided Link should be a more gender-neutral character. Hence, I created the version of Link that you see in Breath of the Wild. As far as gender goes, Link is definitely a male, but I wanted to create a character where anybody would be able to relate to the character. So that's why I think the rumor went around that Link could be a female, because maybe users were able to relate in that way. Yeah, well, there you have it. Yep. Ocarina Ganon was definitely a bottom though. Yeah, he was Ocarina Link was definitely like a power bottom. He was he had such bratty energy. Ocarina Ganondorf is he's so bratty. I know that sounds like funny, but if you actually look at the way that he's portrayed in the game, he's so angsty. In the new one, he's not. In Tears of the Kingdom, Ganon is just a fucking cold hard killer. Okay? That's all. Ganondorf in Tears of the Kingdom, cold hard fucking killer. Oh, you need to play this game, Fish Sneeze. I'm not kidding you. It's so good. Wind Waker Ganondorf. Wind Waker Ganondorf doesn't have a character. You only see him for like 5 minutes. But you only see him for like 5 minutes, right? Am I wrong? Am I misremembering? It's been a million years since I played the game. I could be misremembering. I said Ganondorf is a cold hard killer. Wind Waker Ganondorf. Yeah, he was in very little. Isn't he have like one? Don't you see him for like 5 minutes at the end of the game? Everyone is horny for Ganondorf or Link or Midna, but I would simp for King Weirdo Zant. Everybody likes Zant. There's a ton of Zant fan art out there. It's just that they haven't done anything with Zant for a while. Midna is amazing. Like, I remember liking the ending of Wind Waker, but I just don't remember there being all that much Ganondorf in it. Ganondorf is hard? Yes. Holy shit. Can I show? Hold on. This is not spoilers. Hold on. Can we just take a look at this? Can we just be real for a second with how fucking deranged the new Ganondorf is? I'm not kidding you. He has none of the like angsty energy of Ocarina of Time. He's just a murderer. This guy is the hardest, most like ethically questionable dominant figure you could possibly imagine. Like this is the Hebristophile character. They're just appealing to the people who want to actually be murdered by somebody. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Are you fucking kidding me? He's built like a literal mountain. Sorry. LN says, I always thought that Ganondorf was explicitly a trans guy, like there's only one male Gerudo born every 100 years. Yeah, of course. Okay, guys, I can't believe that this is definitely gonna have to become a segment now because I've been talking about it for so long. You guys don't understand. Legend of Zelda is like one of the horniest series that has ever existed. And if you don't believe me, just take some time and go back through all of the old Legend of Zelda games, play them all, and keep your ears open for anything that you could interpret as horny. You will walk away with like 3 new kinks by accident. I'm not kidding you. They're so fucking horny. They've always been horny. Twin Rova. Oh my god, yeah, Twinrova, the two old ladies who cast a magic spell and turn into identical twins, de-age themselves so that they have gigantic heaving breasts, and then dance and shoot magic at you while going la all over the place. Are you guys kidding me? Oh my god. Chic? Yeah, everybody, like, guys, where have you been? These games are giant gender fucks. They always have been. Gender fuckery is literally part of the spirit of Legend of Zelda. It is so core that if there is a Legend of Zelda that doesn't have gender fuckery in it, it's not a real game. It's just not a real Legend of Zelda game if there's no gender fuckery whatsoever. Wait, do you guys remember the Majora's Mask shop lady? What's her name? There's this lady she like runs the game shop, and she's literally like, oh my god, she's so fucking horny, it's insane. I'm trying to remember all of her dialogue. The innkeeper? No, she's not an innkeeper. You're thinking, yeah, you're thinking of a different character. She's in the like, I think it's called the game house or something. Yeah, she does like a sexy moan when you talk to her. She's like, It's ridiculous. They literally voice acted the moaning. Yeah, I know they did. These games are ridiculous. But it's not, by the way, the other thing that's really cool, the other really cool part about these games is that they're not just really horny, they're also really, really emotionally written. Like, they're written to hit you in the heart. So you get heart and you get hard at the same time. Isn't that incredible? Oh yeah, he does. That yeah, the licking. There's the licking. Yeah, he fucking licks Link. Here it is. Wait, this is a different version of it. But yeah, he fucking tries to lick Link. Here's the one in HD here. No, guys, these games are totally straight. There's nothing gay going on here, okay? Nothing gay, nothing homosexual, ever. Yeah, people are pointing out that this guy's entire character is that he just wants to go back to be with his master so he can be an object that's used by his master again. Nothing gay though, guys. Nothing gay. I gotta say, this character's design, this is I never actually got to play this game through because I didn't own the console this game was on. I don't think. I never got to complete this game, but I fucking love this character's design, by the way. Imagine if YouTube legend Peanut Butter Gamer turned into the stream and saw you talking about Zelda's queer coding, he'd soy out. Well, he should tune in. I talk about this stuff all the time. I did an entire video called a queer analysis of Metal Gear Solid and a Metal Gear Solid 5 and a queer analysis of Breaking Bad. They definitely made this Link more mask, but he still has eyeliner and DSLs. Yep. Yep. Anyway, that was the longest answer that I've ever given to a question of whether I should play Hogwarts or Tears of the Kingdom, but I stand by my answer. I completely stand by my answer. Oh yeah. Hold on, can I show you guys another character that they went fucking crazy on? Okay, this is a really funny one, okay? Here's the character this is from the new Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, this guy's furry bait as hell. See him right here? This isn't actually a very good screenshot because the coloring is weird, but he's like a buff pelican, bird fur. And it was really funny because when Doe saw this character, Doe was like, this is what I imagine Conyers' dad looks like. If all of you know, those of you who know Conyer, and it made me fucking die. If you guys know who Conyer is, most of you probably know who Conyer is. Conyer is another streamer that I am friends with. But yeah, people love this character, and also he's like a great character. Oh, this is a character in the Tingle side game? Oh yeah, of course. Let's not forget the horny elf. Yeah, they go pretty wild in these games. They go pretty fucking wild in these games. Anyway, that's why you should play, that's one of the many reasons you should play Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda games are very, very gay. They're very queer. There's like gender fuckery is like core to the soul of Legend of Zelda, and it's one of the reasons that I'm like a shameless Legend of Zelda fan. Even though I try not to be like, I try not to be too much of like what's the right word? I try not to be like a fangirl about stuff. I try not to, even though I like get really into stuff, most stuff I don't go super hard on, but there's a handful that I will. One of those is anything that Kojima does. I am a Kojima fangirl. I am 100%, I will stand by that one. And the other one is Legend of Zelda. That's the other one that I'll stand by. Yeah. The Zora in Ocarina of Time. Oh, the Zora are awesome. The Zora in the new games are really cool too. I also was a huge fan of the Zora to the point that like I played most of the game of Majora's Mask in Zora form just because I liked the Zora's designs so much because they were so cool and hot. Yeah. Did you see the one anti-SJW YouTuber who was freaking out about people saying Link is trans mask? No, but I can imagine it. Yeah, I can imagine it. Anyway, there you have it. What are your thoughts on The Last of Us? I actually haven't played The Last of Us. I played a little bit of the first game, but I never actually somehow I just never really got into the series. Bungie is bringing Marathon back as an extraction shooter? Huh? The Gorons are basically ace and asexual. Yeah, but they're built like, that's true. That is true. The Gorons, nope. I think they literally make a joke about like people not knowing how the Gorons reproduce. I can't remember which game that's in though, but I swear they did. The adult Zora princess in Ocarina of Time just has her boobies out. Yep. Yep. She's a fish though, so fish don't have boobs. Those are just, that's just the shape of her body. Sorry. Yeah, Foobies. Foobies. Yeah. Link is chasing that fishussy, that fussy. I mean, wouldn't you though? Are you, wait a minute. Are you people really trying to tell me that if a Zora baddie hit you up, you would not just be DTF like that? You are lying. You are fucking lying. You are lying. If a Zora came up and was like, did the little like, you know, the like way that every Zelda character basically goes like, wah, wah, wah. You know, they kind of like make like one noise. They came up to you and they were like, wah. You would be like, let's do it. Let's get the waterbed at the Zora Inn. Let's do it. Let's bounce. Oh, okay, everybody, I know everybody knows that everyone loves the Gerudo. Everyone loves the Gerudo women. We know. The Gerudo women are hot as fuck, and they went even harder in Tears of the Kingdom. Everybody knows that. The Zoras get an they get less love than they deserve because people are fucking pretending. They're pretending that they wouldn't get down with the fish ladies, with the fishmen and the fish ladies. And it's because they're ashamed. It's a shame thing. I know that the Zoras are, I know for a fact that Zoras are popular. I can tell how much people like them, and I know you all are lying. But everybody goes with the Gerudo because they're basically, you know, they're humans. They're human people. They're not humans in the world because there are no humans in the world of Legend of Zelda. But they're human people. They're the safe option. You know, nobody's gonna judge you if you're like, oh my God, grind my face into the desert sand and strike me with lightning, crush me with your abs, mommy. Everybody gets their head crushed by Gerudo thighs and nobody bats an eye. But one person says, the Zora prince should kill me with his biceps, and everybody loses their goddamn mind. Wrong, Striped Kidder. Striped Kidder says the Gerudo are the only brown-skinned people in Zelda. That's actually not true. There are actually dark-skinned, like, of various colors, Hylians, at least for the last few games. Like the Hylian people, the Hyrule, like the people from the Hylian region. Okay, this is a side note. There is inconsistencies in use in the Zelda universe between the word Hylian and the word Hyrulean, but yeah, and also there's the Sheikah. And that's been the case for a while. Even in older Zelda games, there are people with darker skin who are Hylian. Sidon is literally the most attractive Breath of the Wild character. I will say, Hylian? I don't care. I don't care. I think Hylian sounds cooler, and I bet that they would say it. I don't care that you care. More people are sleeping on the Gorons than the Zoras. Well, there is a lot of love for the Gorons. The Gorons are very niche though, because there's not a whole lot of variety in build among the Gorons. All of the Gorons are like, they have a like Bara, like a sumo wrestler type build. And that makes them very popular in certain niches, but they have limited appeal because like Zoras have like a bunch of different builds. Even Gerudo have like quite a few different like body types that you encounter, but the Gorons have basically like one body type, which again, no hate to the Gorons and no hate to the Goron lovers. It just means they have niche appeal more so than the Zoras or the Gerudo. And even the Rito, have like multiple different body types that you encounter. What would you say is the most attractive common Zelda enemy? Ooh, the common Zelda enemy. People are saying, there's a lot of people saying Lizalfos. But honestly, Dark Nut? No, the Dark Nuts don't count. Dark Nuts don't count. They're made out of pure armor. I think like an Anthro Aerocuda would be like a super hot character design. Those are a new one in this game. But if we don't, but also if we're talking no like further androgynous or anthropomorphism, maybe Moblins. Lionel are hot, but they're not like my type. Okay, like I'm not into the type of thing. But I do find like Moblins have like they're like kind of tall and lanky and strong, but not like overly buff. They're kind of like dopey, but in like a lovable way. A lot of Lizalfos lovers. Lizalfos is a good call. Oh, I know what the Moblins look like in other games. In other games, they look like weird bulldogs. If you guys look at the classic Moblins, they literally are like bulldog people. They changed them a lot for Breath of the Wild. Yeah, look, this is like what the original art from like the old school. This is from like old school, like Ocarina of Time. This is what a Moblin looked like versus what they look like now, which is like really, they're like really cute, honestly. Like, look at the Moblins now. Look at that. He's cute. He's cute. So like they went from like this to this. Oh, and in Wind Waker, they looked really goofy. This is what they look like in, Wind Waker. Okay, oh my God. This is what they look like in Wind Waker. Oh, thank you very much. Are we gonna do a Zelda Smasher Pass? We definitely should do a fuckability tier list for Zelda. Oh, I love these. These things from Twilight. Okay, guys, I had a lot of problems with Twilight Princess, like on a game design level. There was a lot of stuff I didn't like about Twilight Princess, but one thing that you cannot argue with is that Twilight Princess has some of the most insane designs that's ever been in the series. Like, these were just in the world. These fucking weird, betittied, big-brained chicken people. They were wild. What a cool design. Also, look at this. Like, hold on. Midna has 2 forms, both of which are sick as hell. Look at these designs. They went, oh, why is it, oh, God damn it. Why did they give me a small version of this? Can I see the full art version? God damn it. Why you gotta make it so difficult? It's always so hard to pull up the images that you want. Here we go. That's a full version of it. Look at these, look at the design. This is the same character. This is her when she's a Twilight imp, and this is her when she's the Queen of Twilight. Both absolutely insane designs. For the Goblin fans, for the strong Dark Mommy fans. So wild. There's so many good designs in Twilight Princess. Also, Twilight Princess, one last thing, okay? And then we got to do the actual content of the day. By the way, if you're here, we have a lot of new viewers in here. Smack that like button. We have like 100 more viewers than we had before, so please, bam, smack that like button because we got a ton of good stuff to talk about. Oh, everybody loves Beetle. Beetle is such a good boy. Beetle has a line in the new game. In Tears of the Kingdom, one of Beetle's lines is like, people are scared of insects. Can you believe it? And he's like, I understand. People can be afraid of the unknown, but the way I live my life is that I never judge something. I never judge anyone without giving them a chance to speak for themselves. That's just the Beetle way. Beetle is like the goodest boy. He's like the sweetest soul, and he must be protected. Sneck Freak says, with the gifted 5 tier 1 subs, put this towards the Zelda fuckability tier list. Love you very much, Demon Mama. You got it. I will do it, I promise. Maybe not, I don't think I have the time to put all the images together this stream, but I should do a tier list, and I should do a custom tier list so I can make sure that I have all of the images that I want in advance. How am I gonna do that? I definitely will do it. I haven't caught a Demon Mama stream in a minute. Other streams just aren't gay enough. True! True! You can't pet the dog in Tears of the Kingdom, which makes it mid. You can't pet the dog, but you can feed the dog, and you can hang out with the dog, and the dog will roll over and do tricks for you. So they don't have a pet button, which is a little bit weird, but still. They still let you interact with it, and you can feed it, which is great. Oh my God, I scrolled literally once on the page searching for Midna 2 forms and immediately started getting to the hentai. Literally, holy shit! Incredible, it's so powerful. These games are so powerful. What the hell? Someone's selling a Twilight bodysuit? Wait, that's awesome. It's a Midna bodysuit. That's so cool. Unbelievable power. Unbelievable power. Peak design from Twilight Princess. Scary baby! Listen, scary babies are as old as time, okay? Scary babies are all over the place. They had a scary baby in Majora's Mask as well. Incredible. Little capitalist baby. The Wind Waker booger kid. Oh my god. This has been so good. What a great idea to talk about Legend of Zelda. Everybody's so into it right now. Makes me happy. You see, everybody, the world is a better place when there's a new Zelda game. I swear to God, for like the following weeks after a new Zelda game launches, the world just becomes a slightly more gay place. And it's great. It's just excellent. Everybody's fucking chilling out because they're all having fun with The Legend of Zelda. Everybody can talk about it. Everybody's feeling a little fruity. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful and beautiful thing. Okay, I also have to do one more thing, and then we'll move on to the actual content, okay? Like I said, I'm over here looking at buying a Switch. Okay, I'm not gonna say you should buy a Switch, but even if the only game that you play is Tears of the Kingdom, it's probably worth it, because Tears of the Kingdom is so fucking good, and you will get so much, you will spend so much time. You will get so much time in that. Hold on. Twilight. Okay, this is another thing that I really love about Twilight Princess, which is that it has an absolutely legendary rendition of the Song of Healing. Take a listen to this. Here we go. The howl harmony at the end. God, that is such a flex. What a flex to put a howl harmony on the Song of Healing. Oh God, when I played that moment, I remember the moment that I was playing that and I encountered that portion, and it still gives me goosebumps to this day because I was not expecting them to have a wolf howl rendition of the Song of Healing that went that hard. So good. So good. God, it's incredible. Do you think it's a good sign that this newest game is so bi-coded? Yes, I do. That's actually something I was gonna talk about with regard to the whole Target thing. But I'm gonna hold that until after because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Anyway, this was an impromptu Legend of Zelda horniness and queerness discussion. Press subscribe if you want more content like this because I do this all the time. This channel is all about that type of stuff. So smack that subscribe button, smack the like button, and tell me your favorite characters and your horniest characters from Legend of Zelda in the comments below because I'd love to hear it. and I'll probably add it to the inevitable horniness tier list that we're gonna do later, okay? Thank you all for being here. This channel emanates queer energy and I'm here for it. Always will. Actually, you know what? Maybe let's talk about, do we want to talk about the Target thing real quick? Let's do that and then we'll jump into the atheism thing. Cause, well, but the title is atheism, so maybe we should just hold it for later. We do have a lot of people here. We have like 350 people listening, which is, oh, it's the Bomb Chew lady. That's who I'm thinking of. Bomb Chew lady. I mean, the thing is that if I talk about the Target stuff real quick, it kind of makes sense because of what I was just talking about. And somebody just asked me a question that's relevant. Yeah, you know what? Let's talk about it. My lovely, lovely imps. There's been a whole flurry of news. As many of you in my audience will know, we are just a few days away from the beginning of Pride Month. Yes, that's right. I am very gay. I am also trans. This channel is full of gay and trans people, and we love that. And obviously, Pride Month is a big month for this community because it's the one month a year where we get to feel a modicum of support from the general population at large in the midst of an incredibly aggressive culture war push against gay and trans people. Anyway, Pride Month is pretty important. So there's been some news lately, a lot of weird news about basically conservatives in America losing their minds over every example of gay or queer people being acknowledged or existing at all. I mean, we recently had the conservative meltdown, which by the way is still going on, because Bud Light sent a single commemorative, or a 6-pack of commemorative cans to a social media influencer who happened to be trans. Like not like a super political social media influencer. Her name is Dylan Mulvaney, and conservatives have been melting down about it, and they've actually convinced themselves that like that Bud Light is over, like that there will be no more Bud Light. I literally was watching a conservative earlier today go on an extended rant about how they killed Bud Light, and I want to just take a moment, just real quick. To show you the stock for Anheuser-Busch, okay? Cause like, you know, here, let's just bring it up real quick, okay? Here's the stock chart, okay? And we can go to the 6-month, and as you can see, it's at a 6-month low. Well, not a 6-month low, but it's at a lower point in the last, you know, 2 or 3 months. The stock has gone down a little bit, but if you go to the last year, you will actually notice that they are quite high, like higher than they've been for a number of years. So conservatives have convinced themselves, because they had a public temper tantrum over 6 commemorative cans that were sent to a trans person, that they've had some kind of massive win, and that they've literally killed Bud Light as a beer. Of course they haven't. Well, another interesting thing has happened, which is this year Target announced that they were going to be stocking more Pride merch, and that they were also going to begin stocking some gender affirming clothing. Specifically that they were going to stock basic binders. For those of you who aren't familiar with what a binder is basically it's a top that is very tight, so that it basically will hide breast tissue if you have breast tissue. And this is very gender affirming for people who want to appear more masculine. Yeah, it's a breast tissue compressor. And really minor thing, the sports bras are already carried in Targets all over America, all kinds of, high support equipment is sold in Targets all across America. But this year they announced we're gonna start carrying some basic binders for trans patrons out there to be able to have, access to some gender affirming clothing if they so desire it. And conservatives have had an absolute freak out over this. Like, I mean, a complete and utter freak out to the degree that Target stores all across America are reporting bomb threats, shooting threats, and vandalism of their Pride, like marketing materials. And I actually have a video of a conservative volunteered himself doing this, and I thought it was rather funny, so I thought we could watch it because, it's kind of iconic, right? So let's watch this super based Chad-pilled conservative take out some Target merchandise. Ready? You guys ready? Here we go.
That there is no insert. There's nothing on it. So...
Whoa! Oh my God! Fucking Godzilla over here! Holy shit, can we get a replay?
So...
Damn! Oh no! He's taking it down! Oh, the cardboard box! Oh no!
It's disgusting. It's devil worship.
Some random person says, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Did you hear that? And then he goes, "It's disgusting."
That's devil worship.
It's devil worship, is what he says afterwards.
That there is no insert. There's nothing on it. So.
Yeah. So now, of course, this is a pretty funny and laughable and pathetic and embarrassing example of people freaking out about it. But I want to play you another clip real quick of I don't know if I can call her popular. She's the boss of a couple of popular people, but she has a relatively popular show. Candace Owens has been talking about this. So let's listen to what Candace Owens has to say about Target real quick.
At the very least about someone like Eric Carnell is that at least he's acknowledging that transgenderism is in fact satanic. It is a perversion of the truth. It is meant to harm people.
Being trans is satanic now. Some of you will know that my channel name and the name I go by online is Demon Mama. And some of you who've been around for a long time will already know this story, but I got that name because when I started to question the teachings of the church, and I started to present more gender non-conforming. I hadn't fully come out as trans at this point, but I was, more gender non-conforming. I had a family member who said that they believed I had been sent by Satan. They believed I was an agent of Satan sent to lead them astray. That was a very interesting experience to me, to have a family member go that far, all because I said, I didn't think that they understood the Bible very well. I wasn't even arguing like atheism, and I had just begun sort of presenting a little bit more gender neutrally, and they freaked out that hard. And so it kind of stuck with me, this fact that, oh, these people see that I'm a demon. I have had family members, since that time, I have had family members tell me that they believe that demons are trying to control my mind, which is why I'm transgender. They believe that I am helping demons win the war by being trans. So I like to believe that there is a lot of power, and I believe this strongly, that there is a lot of power that comes from embracing the horrible and stupid things that people say about you and wearing it like armor. So I began to identify very strongly with demonic imagery. But I'm an outlier, okay? Most queer people don't really do what I do. Most queer people don't have a split tongue and a bunch of piercings and get really into all the red and demonic imagery. I like that because that's my way of expressing myself. However, conservatives love to call trans people the devil. They love to call trans people satanic. They love to go fucking crazy about this shit. It's the most cringe and deranged thing that I can possibly imagine. Anyway, let's listen to what else Candace Owens has to say.
It is meant to convince them to commit to decisions that will ultimately ruin their lives. You do not get your private parts back once you start to experiment with them. There's no way that you can reverse those sorts of trends, and they are aware of that. People are conscious about that. And so finally, I would say we have, as I said earlier, found a topic and a subject that we are saying absolutely not to. Conservatives have responded to Target
by the way, she says we found a topic that we're saying absolutely not to. Conservatives do that to everything. Conservatives said that to rock and roll. Conservatives said that to video games. Conservatives said that to D&D. Conservatives said that to the electric car. Conservatives said that to the horse and buggy, okay? This is all that conservatives do. Conservatives are afraid. They're afraid of the unknown. They're afraid of everything that moves. Their entire existence is characterized by fear. So it's not really a big thing when a conservative draws a line in the sand because they don't believe in vaccines, or they don't believe in evolution, or they don't believe in modern medicine, or they don't believe in the wheel. Like, it's like literally a tale as old as time, as conservatives being stupidly afraid of things that they don't understand.
By saying we will not shop there. We are planning to boycott Target. And guess what's happened? Well, the alarms went off at Target.
So what she says here is she's saying, oh, the alarms went off on Target. Now, I'm going to show you something in just a minute that's going to make this narrative a little more clear.
CEO and other directors on their team met because they are concerned that they might become Bud Lighted, which is to say that they can completely sink their company because they have.
See, remember what I said just a little bit earlier? By the way, it was a different conservative talking head that I was referring to earlier who said that they believe they destroyed Bud Light. They actually live in a delusional fantasy world. These people live in a complete and utter fantasy. Now, she says, Candace Owens here is saying, oh yeah, you know, they had to answer to what conservatives were saying. When of course, the truth is, the retail giant said in a statement posted on its website Wednesday, it was committed to celebrating the LGBTQIA community, but was withdrawing some items over threats that were impacting our team members' sense of safety and well-being. Given these volatile circumstances, we're making adjustments to our plans, including removing items that have been at the center of the most significant confrontational behavior. What they're saying is they've received threats on their lives. Their employees have been threatened. They've had people go in and vandalize these completely harmless pride displays. So we're going to talk about what I think about Target doing this in the first place in just a minute, but I want you guys to understand that when Candace Owens says that their campaign is successful, what she means is that they've successfully intimidated random low-level employees enough that the CEO had to take action because their employees are in danger, because a bunch of gun-toting fucking brain-dead Republicans are running in and saying, I'm gonna fucking kill you if you keep stuck in this pride bath mat. I'll bring my gun next time. I'm not kidding you. This is the fucking country that we live in right now. It's deranged. Conservatives in this country literally live in a fantasy world where they believe that it's normal human behavior to send a bomb threat to a fucking supermarket because you don't like that they have a rainbow flag shirt in there. That's what she's talking about, and she's celebrating it. Just so that we're clear, these conservative people do not care. They celebrate this type of insane, deranged, antisocial behavior. They celebrate it. Just remember that.
about something, which is to say that they can completely sink their company because they have committed to this ideology. And now I am imploring every single person that is watching this to double down, okay? We have them nervous, we have...
What do you think that means, double down, when we know what actually caused the decision? What do you think she's calling for right here in veiled language? What's doubling down when you're already sending threats of violence to random minimum wage employees, when you're already calling in threats to stores, when you're already defacing stores? What's doubling down?
Them cornered. It is very simple for you to commit to never shopping at Target again. There is nothing that Target has that you cannot get somewhere else. Okay? We cannot just be the individuals that lament and complain and try to explain that the world is all going into a horrible direction, and yet we do nothing about it in our personal capacity. We cannot continue to be those individuals. I think that my colleague Matt Walsh probably said it best in this tweet. He wrote,
of course, I don't give a shit what Matt Walsh says. Matt Walsh is a complete and utter idiot. I mean, so is Candace Owens, but I just figured I would give you guys a idea of the type of shit that's going on around Target right now. So their solution, let's just run this back real quick and get a summary so that we all understand. Their solution is stop buying everything. Oh, actually, no, you know what? I should play the Matt Walsh thing. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to make an exception. Let's play the Matt Walsh thing
the goal is to make pride toxic for brands. If they decide to shove this garbage in our face, they should know that they'll pay a price. It won't be worth whatever they think they'll gain. First, Bud Light, and now Target. Our campaign is making progress. Let's keep going. And he is absolutely right. It is making progress. It is absolutely right that we have them scared. As I said, we have them backed into a corner, and now is absolutely the time for us to pounce. So do not shop at Target, or else you're gay and you're a pervert.
Incredible. You hear it from their mouths. Don't shop at Target or you're a gay pervert, okay? Incredible intellectual power coming from the talking heads of the far right. It's amazing. Let's just, again, I just want to do the quick, oh yeah, there's another one. There was another one that I wanted to bring up real quick. Oh yeah, this is the one right here. This is the tweet that I thought she was going to show. Here's what we should do. Now this is Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is an employee of Candace Owens' company. Here's what we should do. Pick a victim, gang up on it, and make an example of it. We can't boycott every woke company or even most of them, but we can pick one. It hardly matters which, and target it with a ruthless boycott campaign. Claim one scalp, then move on to the next. Now, we could talk about how Matt Walsh seems to think that they claimed the scalp of Bud Light because Bud Light has, for who knows reasons why, lost a few bucks of stock value, but is still higher than they were a year ago by a long shot. We could talk about all of that, but instead, I want you to realize what the conservative worldview really ends up being. It's just them running away. They run away from every store that has gay stuff in it. They get angry and they act like giant babies. They're antisocial. They alienate everyone who isn't them. If you're not in lockstep with the conservative ideology, you're woke, you're gay, you're a pervert, you're a groomer. Everyone. Candace Owens just said, if you shop at Target, you are gay and a pervert. That's the type of worldview that these people have. There is no like middle ground. There's no compromise. There's no difference. You either agree with them in every single insane thing. You either get mad about Mr. Potato Head. You either get mad about Nike, get mad about the M&Ms, get mad about Target, get mad about Bud Light. You either spend your entire life getting mad about stupid shit all the time. You either only consume their boring, angry, miserable, dreadfully sad content, or you're gay and a pervert and you're bad and you're satanic. And what I'm trying to illustrate here is that Conservatives have no path forward except to hide in their dirty hole. That's it. All they can do is cry and retreat and lash out like fucking beasts. That's all that these people can do. That's all that conservatives know how to do. They run to their dirty little caves. They pretend that they're holier than everyone else, and then they hope that they get some psychopath who goes on a mass shooting in a Target. That's what they're really gunning for. That's what they really hope that will happen. And it's a losing strategy. And it's actually amazing because the further they retreat, the more miserable they get, the more of them completely and utterly collapse from exhaustion, because it takes a lot of energy to be mad all the time. It takes a toll on your psyche. It takes a toll on your body to be enraged, to be blisteringly angry at all times, to be outraged, to believe that the world is closing in on all sides. The gays are coming, the gays are coming. And that brings me to my ultimate point, which is we need more of it. We need more of it than ever before. The gays need to be louder. The trans people need to be louder. The queers need to be louder than ever before. It needs to be blasted everywhere, constantly. Drive these people into their stupid, miserable holes. Let them retreat into their churches and their sad little living rooms where they quiver and turn on old episodes of Rush Limbaugh, and they clutch their Bibles and they cry and they whinge and they spend $20 on anti-woke beer and they sign up for the anti-woke bank. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm not fucking kidding you. Just so you guys know, that's a real fucking thing. Hold on. Let me just read this to you, okay? This was something that Doe found earlier. This is a real project that they're trying. This is the pro-life bank. What does pro-life mean? Honoring God first, serving people, and always choosing to support life. All life. The pro-life bank proposed is an alternative to the legacy banking systems who for years have been unaccountable for their support of the largest abortion providers and other organizations that oppose God's moral laws. Pro-life bank proposed is creating and stewarding a movement in banking that is secure, uncancelable, and abiding to the will of God. We're standing firm in the wake of the woke financial systems with a heart to serve the Lord. Don't believe me? Google pro-life bank. That's an actual conservative thing with a guy who made by a guy who works with TPUSA. The pro-life bank, the anti-woke bank. Retreat! Retreat! We gotta go to Jesus R Us, and we gotta go to pro-life bank, and we gotta go to anti-woke coffee and anti-woke beer. Everybody hide! Hide! The gays are coming! And the gays are just standing there. It's just somebody standing there like, hey, wearing a rainbow shirt. This is why I think that it's time for gay people to be louder than ever. Let's crank up the music, so to say. It is obviously inevitable that these psychopaths want to ignite more and more violence. It is obvious that these psychopaths want to make people angrier and angrier, but they're doing that anyway. And the more support that is shown for gay people, the more exhausted and tired out and defeated these people become, the more they run for their goddamn lives. Because guess what? Their worldview can't self-perpetuate. It requires themselves to fucking abuse and isolate. I grew up in a super Christian cult. Many of you guys know this. We're going to be talking about this more later on in this stream because I'm going to be talking about atheism, Christianity, and my beliefs on religion. It's something I talk about very, very openly on this channel. One of the biggest things in the extreme Christian church that I grew up in that they constantly reinforced was the need to keep people away from worldly influences. You don't watch the same TV, you don't read the comic books, you don't read the Harry Potter books, you don't play the Pokemon, you keep your kids isolated and away from everything that isn't the worldview that they want to control you with. They cannot exist without isolation. They cannot exist without indoctrination. Their worldview requires an unbelievable amount of life control to perpetuate. It requires them to have a firm fist around the minds of everyone. And the reality is, because people are gay, their kids are gay, their kids are trans, some of them are gay and trans. And if you have a world where people go, you don't need to feel like you're Satan just for being gay, as it turns out, those kids might feel okay to be themselves. Those people might feel okay to live a life where they don't feel like they have to hate themselves for all of existence just for being the way that they are, just for being true to themselves. And that's why I think we have to crank it up louder and louder, because they can't win. They have to run, they have to hide, they have to retreat to the caves where they can indoctrinate their children and beat their wives into submission and beat themselves into submission and pretend that their worldview speaks any truth at all when it doesn't. They are going to be, and they are going to continue angling for violence. They are going to continue engaging in antisocial behavior, but we will never ever have a better world until we acknowledge that they don't fucking matter. That what these fucking freaks say should be laughed out of the public square. It should be laughed into the forests. Let them run and hide if they really desire it. Let them go hide in the woods with their stupid, backwards, deranged worldviews that make them miserable. And we'll see how it goes. They can't even handle a display with a rainbow on it. They can't handle the fact that a popular chain, a chain department store might stock something that helps you appear the way you want to, even though that's that's true of every other piece of clothing in the world. Every single piece of clothing in the world has stylization that lets you appear a certain way. There's no difference for gender affirming clothes. It's just something they're weird and freakishly obsessed with and become gigantically bigoted about. So let's crank up the noise. Part of the reason I wanted to talk about this, by the way, I know this might come off as a little silly given everything that we just talked about, but one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this right now was because somebody asked if I thought it was a good thing that the brand new Legend of Zelda game is so like vocally bisexual and so vocally queer. And the answer is yes, because the new Legend of Zelda game is beautiful. It's a wonderful work of art. Everybody loves it. Even the fucking conservatives can't resist it. And that's always true. Gay people make fucking beautiful art. Queer people make the art world go round, and the conservatives can't fucking live without it. All they can do is angrily cope and act like freaks, go and scream at minimum wage workers because they're mad that there's a rainbow on a shirt somewhere. Have you guys seen the fucking conservatives losing their mind over Transformers now, I think is what they're mad about, because there's a Transformers character who says that they're non-binary, and they're like, oh, I can't believe that the guy who turns into a car is non-binary. Ah! Come on. We have to call this bluff. This shit is ridiculous, okay? Nobody can stand this shit, and we know that nobody can stand it because they're getting fucking creamed. The average person in America doesn't give a flying fuck about the wokeness of Mr. Potato Head or the wokeness of the M&Ms or any of this stupid garbage. It comes off as deranged. They're preaching to a choir of other insecure, angry clowns. And they hope that they can convince some of these like psycho freaks, like the guy who attacked the Colorado Springs gay club. That's what they hope for. They hope they can find a guy like that, a guy who's so on the edge and so deranged that he'll go do something violent because it instills terror, because it makes people actually rightfully afraid of their lives. But the truth is, there aren't that many people like that. There just aren't. So they're fighting a losing battle. They need to put in an unbelievable amount of energy to stay angry, to stay miserable, and to hope on God that they find some psychopath to do their dirty work for them. But that's a hard struggle. I say we stand strong together and we chant louder than ever. I say we stand strong together and we show them that the world is done with their putrid ideology, that the world is done pretending that these angry, miserable, and insecure people have any meaningful say on the future of the world. The conservative movement of America is a stone hanging around the necks of every single person on this planet. They make the whole world worse. They cannot even acknowledge basic tenets of reality, and we should call them on that, because everybody knows it's true. Someone called my Sailor Moon shoelaces gay in high school. That is the conservative mindset in a whole. They see gayness in everything. And not in like the way that there are just gay people who exist all over the place, that lots of people are gay or bisexual or transgender, which that's true. But they see it in all kinds of things. If you have a purple toy, if you own a purple slug toy, well, that must be because you're gay, because apparently in their minds, purple is a gay color, even though purple was considered a royal color less than 100 years ago. Their worldview is deranged. Anyway. That's all I have to say about, oh wait, no, there is one more thing I want to say. Target, beef up your security. Just remember that at the end of the day, corporations will never have your back. Target is making a decision that is profit motivated. Now remember, Target is the company that will hire security guards to intimidate you from stealing a toothbrush. They will beef up their security and put locks all over their razor blades, but they're not willing to beef up their security to protect their employees from deranged conservatives. At the end of the day, every company is always going to follow the profit motive, and you always have to remember that. Rainbow capitalism is not a winning strategy. You can't bank on rainbow capitalism. It doesn't actually mean anything outside of it can be a representation of the general feeling of people. If you happen to see some Pride merch in a store, it probably means that there's enough people that are going to buy it that it's worth the money for them to put that stuff up. That's about it. That's all that it really means. And just remember, they'll always retreat in the end. But those of us here who are listening aren't woke. We aren't woke corporations. We aren't, rainbow capitalists. We're just people. And we can be as loud as we want about whatever we want. So we should be as loud as we can about loving and protecting queer people of all types. It is cowardly of Target to remove the merchandise that they're removing, obviously, but also it's to be expected. They're a corporation. Obviously, they are not going to tolerate threats, but the rest of us should acknowledge and recognize that this is why the conservatives are doing this. A handful of deranged and antisocial conservatives are making it the problem of corporations by threatening people, by terrorizing workers. That's the way they decide to go about it. And so the world gets to have less nice things because of the way they behave. Just keep that in mind. And again, I think we should call their bluff. We should say, go ahead, yell and cry about it. Nobody gives a fucking shit, you giant whiny baby. And again, let's just remember, let's just for a refresher, we'll go real quick. I'll just play this clip again. Let's watch this clip again of a conservative American in action. Let's just, let's see it. Watch it again. Watch it in all its glory.
So. The biggest Giga Chad ever, with his grungily neckbeard, his crappy Trump shirt, his dirty blue shoes, and his tombstone socks. Dripless motherfucker.
It's disgusting. That's devil worship. That's devil worship.
Talking about devil worship in the middle of a Target. Oh, it's devil worship to have a rainbow on a sign. Losers. Pathetic losers. No one wants to be a conservative. No one wants to be around conservatives. And I say, let's give them their wish. You guys remember one last thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say on this topic. You guys remember when every conservative newsletter during the Trump era was publishing articles about how conservatives couldn't get dates on dating sites because people would, people would throw away their profile the moment that they saw that they were like a conservative? Good. That just goes to show you how intolerable conservatives really are. Nobody wants to be around a freak conservative because, as it turns out, people want to live their life, enjoy art, see beautiful things. They want to hang out with their gay and trans family members and friends. They want to be able to enjoy, art made by gay people. They want to be able to enjoy art with gay people in it. They want to be able to have a good time and be themselves and not have weird Bible clutching freaks screaming down their throats because they decided to watch The Office or because they bought a bag of M&Ms or whatever. There you have it. Let's get louder and as loud as possible for pride. Let's be as loudly gay and as loudly queer and as loudly trans as we possibly can. Trans rights, trans thriving. And make sure you press that subscribe button down below if you want more content like this from Demon Mama, because I talk about this type of stuff all the time. This is Queer Central on my channel. If you're out there, if you even like queer people, if you even think queer people are kind of cool, but you're straight or whatever, come on and hang out, press the subscribe button and enjoy the show. Thanks for supporting me. There you go. There we go, everybody. Naomi Chan says, since this is a religion stream, are you going to cover actual Jake and his girlfriend arguing with White Nervosa on Twitter? You'll have to find out. We're going to begin talking about religion properly in just a few minutes. We have to talk about atheism and religion. That's going to be the main topic, but I actually was originally going to do this Target segment that I just did after the religion segment, but we had an opportunity, so. Real quick, let me just read my donations. I've received a number of very generous donations, and I want to read them out before I get any further because I want to do that, so let's do it real quick. Scarlet Volcano with the $5. Queers are kind of cool. True, we are. Lefty McLefterson with the tier 1 sub. Love your show, Demon Mama. Long live the battle queers. Long live the battle queers, indeed. Also from Lefty McLefterson with the incredibly generous $25. I found Tucker Carlson's Mirror Universe counterpart, Jeff D, is a legend. All right, I'll have to take a look at him. Thank you for that. Felsin Forma set with the tier 1 sub says, imps raid with love. True, we do. Philly Wonk says, tips Fedora, thank you for covering atheism in what I can only suspect will be a reverent light on account of its blinding truth. Many thanks, milady. You're welcome. Philly Wonk, you'll have to find out what I have to say. Lot of apples with the 3 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for supporting this viewer-supported show. Golden showers to 3 more imps. Wow, all right, getting spicy in there. There you go. I think that's everyone from this stream. Yeah, that's everyone from this stream. Thank you so much. Let me see if I got any on YouTube that I missed. No. Nope, that's it.
That's all the ones. Thank you all so much for supporting this show. Your likes, your comments make this show go round. So of course, if you're watching now, press the like button immediately. And thank you so much for supporting the show, because again, this is a viewer supported show and your donations are what keep the lights on and keep me fed, which is awesome. Good for Gabby with the unbelievably generous $20 super chat. Oh my God, good for Gabby. Thank you so very much. You are amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, I did miss one. Taliesin Oberlander. Oh, what the, why is it, why does it do that? It hid them. Hold on, I'll try and get yours. Taliesin Oberlander says she's like Homelander since they're both soulless. True though, true. Thank you to both Taliesin Oberlander and Good for Gabby for your incredible, incredible generosity. Yes, it is absolutely true that Demon Mama is brought to you by viewers like you. It literally is. I would not be able to do this if I didn't have the incredible support of my lovely, lovely imps. So thank you all so very much. Do you put a bell on your pet cow? Sometimes, yes. This guy looks fucking ridiculous, but I don't know if he's a real bigot or not. Oh, all right, let's find out. Meme react, let's do it.
Father Ethan Schmidt here, and I am so sick of corporate big tech and, you know, the government projecting their homosexuality onto the public. Quit projecting. This is literally the flag of Satan. The real rainbow comes from God. God's covenant with Noah after the flood that, you know, he won't, you know, flood the earth again. You know why you flooded the earth? Because of what's going on right now. Quit projecting, all right? So let's make June great again, guys. Let's make a pride flag challenge. Destroy the pride flag in the most creative way. Post it online. And
that looks like an airsoft gun. I think that might be an airsoft gun.
Yeah. Let's see what we can do, folks. So, I'm going down, Satan.
Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn.
Okay, the bad editing on the sound effects is what makes me think this guy might be legit. Everything else screams that this guy is doing a joke, but the bad audio editing, that's what makes me believe it's an actual conservative.
Father.
The fact that it like cuts itself off, oh, I don't know. I don't know. Intentional bad audio is the mark of a great shit poster. That is true, but this is the problem. This is Poe's law, isn't it? That you can, that at a certain point you can no longer distinguish reality from parody. There are conservatives out there. I mean, if I was to tell you that fuck, you guys remember the fuck Bud Light thing? I played you guys the fuck Bud Light rap. That was indistinguishable from parody. If that person wasn't a career, if that person wasn't a you know, career conservative, there would be no way to know that that wasn't a parody. Did you miss the main segment? Not yet. No, not yet. He's 100% for real? Is that true? The guy is legit active in Arizona. He's a harasser, loser, streamer. See? I'm pretty good at figuring out which ones are the real deal, and there's usually tells. One thing is that conservatives are terrible with technology, all of them. There are basically no conservatives that are actually good with technology. They always have to pay other people to be good at technology for them, usually lefties or centrists who don't have any like morals, and so they're willing to work for conservatives. I do think it's still possible it's an extended bit, but I don't know, man. People are telling me he's real. Ethan Schmidt is his name. He's a 24-year-old with a teenager's cadence, and he's recorded videos of himself saying stuff about hunting Jewish people. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Well, that probably does it. Yeah, that'll probably tell you. Chariot says he's real. Okay, well, I trust you, Chariot. I know you wouldn't tell me that they weren't real. Incredible. Wow. You love to see the rebirth of American Nazism, and by love I mean you fucking hate it. What an embarrassing timeline we live in. What a truly embarrassing timeline. The Majority Report has covered him before. Maybe later, Mr. Krabs. I can't do another one right now. We're in the flow of the stuff. So he's a homophobe and a deranged anti-Semite. What a combo. You mean always the combo? There is no anti-Semite that isn't also a homophobe, and there's almost no homophobes that aren't also anti-Semites. Most homophobes think that the Jews made gay people in a lab, and most anti-Semites also believe that gay people were made in a lab by Jewish people. It is so fucking common. Nuts says Elon Musk was JQing during the Meatball Ron thing today. Really? Wow, what a surprise. Wait, you're telling me Elon Musk was doing the JQ? You mean the thing that he does every day on Twitter, every single day since he bought Twitter? I guess this wouldn't apply to Orthodox Jews that are homophobic, but yeah, that trend applies for other people. I hate to tell you this, but there are a lot of Orthodox Jews that believe in a concept of Jews in name only. And they believe that those Jews, they also sometimes call them secular Jews. They believe those Jews are the Jews that anti-Semites believe in. Like, I know that sounds insane, but there are Orthodox, hyper-conservative Orthodox Jewish people that actually believe in the JQ, but it's other Jews, not them. Yeah, I think Ben Shapiro has a clip of him calling a bunch of, I think he called any Jewish person that votes for the Democratic Party a Jew in name only. So yeah, Ben Shapiro is probably among that group, although he's not Orthodox, he is conservative. Rhodes says a lot of those people are Israeli. The Jews in name only thing is a lot less popular here in the States. Yeah, in the United States, Jewish communities tend to be much less conservative and much less prone to that type of thing. Possibly Hunga Master. It's just, unfortunately, that type of thing doesn't really make for very good content, and it kind of just opens me up to a bunch of harassment. So it might be useful, but I don't know. Cool painting in the back. Thank you. This was a painting that was made. This was a painting that was made of me by a fan, and it is amazing. It is one of the most flattering things I've ever received. Yeah. So. I am still working on getting a glass case for all of my all of the art that fans have made for me. But yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty amazing. All right, everybody, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the main topic? It was made by a member of our community called Shenanigans. Shenanigans is the name of the community member who made that piece of art, and it is again, one of the most flattering things that I've ever been given in my entire life. Yeah. LB says, subby, sub, look at me, I'm a subbing. I'm gonna fucking sub, holy shit, ah! With a tier 2 subscription, get it? Subscription, thank you! Deeply appreciated, LB, thank you so very much. Means the world to me. Thank you for supporting the show. I pulled over just to see the art of Demon. One of these days I'm gonna do one. Wow, well that would be amazing. I will never, ever turn away artwork that is made for me. It is the world, it means the world to me. It's more flattering than anything I've ever received in my life. If we lived in a better world, I wouldn't have to ask for money, and instead, people who like what I did could just make me art, and we could consider it an exchange. Art for art. I make you laugh, you give me something wonderful. That would be a better world. Are we ready, everybody? My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we have to talk about atheism. Today, we have to talk about Christianity. And today, we have to talk about religion. There has been a lot of hubbub around Christianity, atheism, and religion. And we're gonna talk about it a little bit because I have a lot of thoughts about these subjects. I should open this for all of my new viewers, of which there are many. My channel has been growing a lot in recent days. I say this frequently, so I'm sorry for the regulars who hear this all the time. But I grew up, I literally just said it a few minutes ago, but that was, you know, if you're watching this segment, now I'm rambling. Anyway, point is, I grew up in a extreme Christian cult. I spent somewhere around 12 years with my family in this cult of my young life. And I left the cult around the age of 20 or so was when I left the cult, and I was still a Christian for a little while, and then I stopped being a Christian entirely. And oh, I know, there's the shocker. I don't believe in God. Oh my God, the great reveal. I accidentally revealed it too early. I don't believe in God. I generally consider myself an atheist these days. But I have a very, very strong background in Christianity. When I was a Christian, I was a very devout Christian. So, you know, Christians who love to kind of say, oh, you must not have been very faithful if you're no longer a Christian. No, I was very faithful. I have read the Bible cover to cover 3 to 4 times in my life. I'm not sure about the exact number because there were times where I jumped around. But I used to have a daily ritual of always reading at least 1 chapter of the Bible. Often I would read more. I would constantly go to Bible studies and church services. At the peak of our involvement in the cult, my family would go to church 3 times a week. Once on Wednesday and twice on Sunday, which is a lot of time to spend at church every single week. In fact, one of the earliest ways that I even started getting distance from the cult before I even left the cult was in my junior and senior year of high school. I started having to ask my parents to let me not go to church as much because otherwise I wouldn't be able to make it into college because I couldn't keep up with the amount of school work going to church 3 times a week. So once I became, you know, a little bit more serious about school, I was able to like sort of get a special exception to stay home and work on homework while my family went to church. I knew the Bible and still do very, very, very well. Now, obviously, the Bible is an enormous book, so nobody can know everything about the Bible, but I know it very, very well. I also have spent a lot of time in my life thinking about religion, thinking about Christianity, and thinking about the nature of belief. When I became an atheist, it was a very logical process. But it wasn't really a single incident. Okay, there was a single incident in which I realized I no longer believed in God anymore, which was I had been arguing with a friend of mine about religion for hours upon hours upon hours. And this was a series of arguments that I'd had with this friend over the course of months. We always would argue about religion. We'd go back and forth. We had very different views on religion. And I had been challenged on the idea that might makes right, which basically, if I can take you through this argument, the argument that ultimately ended my faith, was my friend had asked me whether I believed that morality predated God, or rather God had created morality. And of course, being a Christian, I stated that I believed that God, being omnipotent and all-knowing and infinite, that God had created morality. And then my friend said, well, if that's true, if God created morality, then God is responsible for the entire state of the world. And also, you are ultimately arguing that the only thing that matters with regard to morality is power. Because if morality does not pre-exist God, then God is simply an entity that uses his power to impose his own morality on everyone else. Ultimately, you simply believe that might equals right. And that might sound like a simple argument, but at the time, it stuck in me. Like, it bothered me to an unbelievable degree, such that I actually kind of had to take a break from the conversation. And I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. I actually went to the bathroom so I could take a break from the conversation. And while I was pissing, I realized that I no longer believed in God. That actually, the things that I was arguing for, I simply didn't believe in. I didn't believe that might makes right. I don't believe that that God just being powerful makes that morality. I don't believe that a powerful entity should just be able to impose its will and that we all have to deal with that. And I never could go back from that moment. That moment was like the switch. Now, of course, there were a lot of other like moments that led up to that. There were a lot of other moments of deep introspection that led to me coming to that conclusion. I had a really pivotal emotional moment with regard to, this was before I had accepted that I was trans. This was, I was still quite young, but I had a friend who was gay, and I really, really cared about this friend. And when she came out to me, she trusted me. Even though I was a Christian, she trusted me enough to come out to me and tell me her story. And I couldn't find it in me to be anything but happy. All I could feel was happiness, even though I knew in my heart that my book, that my belief system should have led me to condemn her. That was a very important emotional moment that contributed to ultimately my loss of faith. That moment was huge, but I didn't lose my faith in that moment. I just decided in that moment that I must have misinterpreted the books of the Bible, that my belief must be wrong. So it was the beginning of doubt in my belief system. Christians, the Christian church, I shouldn't say all Christians, but the Christian church that I grew up in was very concerned about doubt. And they always framed doubt as a sort of external factor, that Satan was the one who infused doubt, that the world, the secular darkness of satanic energy was what infused doubt. But for me, that wasn't the experience I ended up having. It wasn't an external thing that happened. It was me. My friend came out to me, and I couldn't find it in myself to condemn her. It wasn't something external. It was internal. And likewise, when I finally lost my faith, when I finally, like, the faith switch turned off because I realized that my worldview was not workable, that my worldview was wrong, that I didn't believe in the worldview that I said that I did. That was also internal. It was never anything external, no matter how much I tried to introspect or dig into it. I say all of this because atheism became a very important topic for me after I left the church, after I left my faith. Also, I should be clear, I left the church before I actually left Christianity. Sometime between the moment that I talked about where the gay friend came out to me and the moment that I stopped believing, I had already begun to formulate criticisms of the church that I grew up in, quite large ones. Let me tell another story. I know I usually reserve these types of stories for my longer form things, but I think this is important. I went to a church service at another church that was affiliated with the church that I grew up in, a big church. And when I went there, they had, I noticed, because I was in film school at the time, I went to film school. I never finished film school, but I went to film school. I noticed that they had cameras that cumulatively cost millions of dollars. They were throwing a Christian-themed Christmas festival, and this festival included them shipping in snow during hot weather so that people could ski for Jesus and a bunch of other weird things like that. And while I was sitting there, I couldn't focus on the Bible study because all I could think about was the fact that while they were asking for people to donate to help starving children, which they do all the time, and as they were asking people to donate money, that all around me was millions of dollars of excess being used purely to generate profit for the church. The church didn't need $1 million cameras. It could have easily presented its teachings to just as many people with cheaper cameras, but they had $1 million cameras nonetheless. The church didn't need a multi-million-dollar stage system, but they had it. The church didn't need to ship in snow. So I had already begun to doubt the church and had left this church before I even lost my faith. Yeah, skiing for Jesus. I'm not kidding you. That's like, it was something along those lines. I don't know if it was literally called skiing for Jesus, but it was something like that. It was a Christian-themed winter festival thing. In hot weather. The church that I was visiting was in Florida. It was in a hot state. So they shipped in snow. Yes, they literally shipped in snow. People are saying this sounds like the Righteous Gemstones. The Righteous Gemstones pulls from, I don't know if the Righteous Gemstones pulls from the church I grew up in, but they pull from people who are in the same movement. The church I was in is very much in the same spirit as the prosperity doctrine movement. Basically the type of people, you know, the preachers who preach about private jets, and they're like, you gotta give us, they have their golden watches and all that shit. Anyway, let's not get too far off, okay? So anyway, all of this is to say that I've given an incredible amount of thought to religion, and I've had a huge amount of my life has been devoted to experiences involving religion, spirituality, belief in God. And when I left the church and when I left Christianity, when I stopped believing, I became an atheist. And I've been an atheist ever since. Since that time, I have always been an atheist. And I have sort of touched other atheist adjacent beliefs, though I have generally always considered myself an agnostic atheist, which That has been sort of the prevailing position that I've held, the prevailing label that I've been comfortable with since I left the church. Basically, the idea is atheism doesn't make any positive claims about the universe, but simply says that you don't believe, and you believe that there's reason, there is evidence to say that the claims of certain religions aren't necessarily true, but that of course you're not really particularly interested in proving the non-existence of God, because that's not particularly scientifically possible. You can't prove a negative in that way. Oh yeah, somebody was just asking about a saying that my church used to have. Rioma asks, Demon Mama, what was your church's saying about doubt being like a fort wall having a door? No, they used to, it was similar. It was an open mind is like a fortress with the front gates open. They were very anti the idea of an open mind. They believed it was a good thing to be closed-minded. And yes, doubt was a part of that, but it's actually generally it's a saying that goes against inquiry in general. It goes against curiosity in general. An open mind is like a fortress with the front gates open. Yeah, so, yeah, that was a saying that was constantly repeated in my church, constantly. Like I'm saying like they said it like often, very frequently. Yeah. That's a 40K quote. I think it's actually used by 40K because actual cults use that. They literally told you not to think for yourself. Yes, they were very bold about it. They would say, they would call knowledge that wasn't from the Bible the knowledge of man, the wisdom of man, meaning that it was useless. You should throw away the wisdom of man, and you should only get knowledge from the church, the teachings of the church, and the Bible itself. That was they were very, very solid about that belief. Yeah. Anyway, atheism became very important to me. And after I left the church, I dove very deep into atheist thinkers. Some of the ones that everybody will recognize, the Christopher Hitchens, the Richard Dawkins. I even read 2 books by Sam Harris. This was before Sam Harris went like intellectual dark web. This was when he was just he mostly branded himself as like an atheist guy. I used to watch Amazing Atheist. Mostly I watched Matt Dillahunty and Zinnia Jones, if anybody remembers Zinnia Jones. Those were 2 people who were very influential on me. I used to watch Rebecca Watson, all kinds of people, tons of people that I used to listen to, that I found had a lot of interesting things to say that were inspiring. Because at the time, of course, I was dealing with a two-front war with both the former church that I was involved with and my family who was still in the church. I had learned what it meant to be transgender, and I was trying to transition, which my family was not okay with, and I had stopped believing in Christianity, which my family also very strongly didn't believe in. So this atheist content of all the types that it took, videos and books and everything podcasts and all that stuff, was very, very important to me. And very valuable to me. And in some ways, I even, you know what? I'll even go so far as to admit this. I was a Reddit atheist for a while. I spent time on Reddit. I posted on the Our Atheism board. I found all their little memes funny and inspiring. It was very helpful to me, having left a highly, highly abusive church. Blablato asks, did you watch the debate with Bill Nye and that creationist guy? I believe his name is Ken Ham. And yes, I did watch that debate. Also, one of the most sort of infamous anti-evolution debaters actually came to my church multiple times, and I was personally, I had a personal like a learning session with, his name was Kent Hovind. He had a creationism theme park or something along those lines. And he came to my church, and actually we had a one-on-one conversation about the Bible together. Yeah, so yeah. I actually met him on multiple occasions, and like I said, had a one-on-one session with him. He's a really weird guy. Yeah, he's a infamous, and he also went to prison for massive tax fraud. But yeah, let's talk about some other things. Let's move this forward. I don't want to just spend my time talking, because I'm going to be doing a video in the near future that's an update to my spiritual deconstruction. For those of you who are interested in my full story with the cult, I have a video up called Demon Mama's Spiritual Deconstruction. You can just search that video on YouTube. You'll find it very easily. And I'm going to be doing an updated version with a bunch of my new thoughts very, very soon. I've been working on it a lot in the background when I'm off stream. But let's keep talking about what I want to talk about today. Atheism has been very important to me. And one topic that has become repeatedly controversial, and also a topic that I have gone back and forth on, is the topic of anti-theism. Anti-theism basically being a principled stance. I'm going to try and frame this charitably. A principled stance against any sort of claims about God or the supernatural or religious beliefs in general. Anti-theism is a pretty broad term, and people take it to mean a lot of different things, but I want to be as charitable as possible to the anti-theist position. I am not an anti-theist generally. However, before I go too hard on anything or jump into anti-theism or explain why I'm not an anti-theist, I should be clear about something. Christianity in America, as a movement, Christianity is unfathomably toxic. And I genuinely believe that the American Christian movement, the conservative Christian movement, also sometimes referred to as Christian nationalism, sometimes referred to as Christian fundamentalism, this movement, I believe, is an actual danger to the planet. Not just to America, not just to countless young people and families who are victimized by the horrible, horrible behavior of their religious leaders. I actually think this movement needs to be fought against extremely hard. Like, the Christian nationalism movement is and I don't say this lightly at all, it is a fascist movement. It believes in asserting a Christian worldview on everyone else by force. They believe that America needs to be turned into a Christian nation by force, and they believe that God allows them to do that in a very Machiavellian sense. They do not have any reservations about what it will take for them to make America a Christian nation. Even though there are so many people in America who don't believe in Christianity, there are so many Christians in America who don't believe in that type of Christianity. I also believe that there are a lot of very, very problematic religions, and I do believe those religions should be mocked, should be debunked, should be taken apart. However, there's been some problems that I've had with atheists recently, with atheism, anti-theism recently, that really have been getting under my skin and have actually been making me pretty frustrated. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is that atheism has become incredibly cringe, okay? And I mean that in that's not just a personal judgment, that's just a general read. Atheism became very obnoxious. Blame this on social media, blame this on certain figures, but as many people who are aware of the atheist movement online especially, a lot of the atheist content creators on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc. ended up becoming far-right reactionaries, which is a really weird thing to do if your position starts criticizing far-right reactionaries, but then you become a far-right reactionary, just not, you don't like the Christian part, but otherwise you adopt all of their views. That did a pretty major damage to the public opinion of atheism. But also, atheism has another problem with a certain type of cringe that I think is really serious. And I want people to pay attention to what I'm saying here, especially if you're an atheist. And let me remind you again, I consider myself an atheist. I don't believe in God. I just can't. I don't believe there's a God. No, I've thought about religion and different religions ever since I, left Christianity, and I just don't. It doesn't happen in my brain. I'm not convinced. I've done all kinds of thought experiments. I've studied all kinds of religious texts since I left the church. None of it sticks. None of it matters to me. I just don't believe in God. So I'm a pretty serious atheist. It's not like I didn't, explore other thoughts and other types of religions. I've done that pretty deeply. But there's this really big problem, okay, that atheism has, and it's smugness. It's cringe. It is the fact that atheists basically behave a lot like Christians, especially in America, in this very weird way, which is that basically a lot of people online, atheists online, who are outspoken, just listen to me for a second here. They are outspoken. They identify themselves as atheists. They are loud about the label. They're not just atheists at all. They are very loud about it. But their loudness basically amounts to them going like this, going, ha! You believe in God? How foolish and stupid you are. Aha! And now that's a very dramatic, I'm doing a cartoonish impression, but that's basically what it boils down to. It's a virtue signal. And these people, a lot of these, I see this all the time. I've been watching arguments because part of the reason why I'm talking about this, a very small reason why I'm talking about this, is that in some circles near me, some of the circles that I sort of associate with online, there has been somebody brought up a big topic of atheism and a bunch of people had opinions on it, and I've been going through lots and lots of comments. I've been reading lots and lots of social media posts that have come of this discourse. I wanted to make a video, which is what I'm doing right now, that is not directly about the drama, but I want you to understand that it's informed by it. And I've seen an incredible amount of people who literally just, they don't have anything else. They take the time out of their day to be outspoken about atheism. They take the time out of their day to make comments about atheism, to identify as an atheist, to go out of their way to engage with conversations about atheism and religion, and all they have is smugness. They don't have anything else. Sometimes they don't even know the arguments that are good against a specific belief system. Like, one of the things that I see all the time is, this is very, very common with American atheists. But American atheists will argue with somebody who believes in a totally different religion than Christianity, but they will argue only using arguments that fit for a very specific brand of Christianity. It's one of the most cringiest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, they'll be yelling at some like Buddhist, or they'll be yelling at a pagan, and they'll literally just use arguments about sky daddies and stuff like that. And it's just like, do you even know what you're doing. Like, do you know how cringe you're being? Like, it is a level of cringe that's unbelievable. But also, the smugness isn't actually helpful. It doesn't actually mean anything. And guess what? You're not actually morally superior just because you don't believe in God. The atheist movement online convinced a ton of stupid, half-witted idiots on the internet that they actually are morally superior beings just because they stopped believing in God. But guess what? You're not actually a better person just because you don't believe in God. You're not. It doesn't actually make you a better person. Tons of people don't believe in God and are giant pieces of shit. Now, there's tons of ways in which God belief can motivate people to be pieces of shit. But the idea that you would become an atheist only to behave as though your atheism alone enlightens you above other people, it's very religious. In fact, it's almost indistinguishable. It's almost like you took off your cross hat and then you put on an A hat, and then you bought all the A merchandise and you carry around the Hitchens book instead of the Bible, like you just changed religions from the religion that is called a religion to the religion that's not a religion. And I know that that's like an argument that a lot of theist people use, is like, oh, you've just accepted a new religion. But if the fucking boot fits, the boot fits. I've seen this so much. And again, I assure you, I have been plugged into the atheist world for a very long time. For over a decade of my life now, I have been an atheist and I have been very plugged into those spaces. And this type of behavior is more common now than it was even during the Reddit atheism movement. These atheists who believe that just because they figured out that they don't believe in God, that enlightens them as some sort of moral titan, it doesn't. In fact, the blistering confidence that you're a good person just because you don't believe in God or just because you don't believe in the supernatural is the exact thing, is one of the key pieces of the genetics that makes so many Christians and so many religious people vulnerable to becoming giant pieces of shit. It is a dogmatic belief. It is the dogmatic belief that some idea that you hold within yourself alone makes you a greater moral entity, and not doing the work to understand an ethical worldview or to come to a moral worldview or to have a vision of a better world. The idea that just, oh, I realize that God doesn't exist, that makes me good. I'm doing good now. It is pathetic. It's cringe. It's horrible. And it's condemnable. Because it is no difference, ultimately. It's not completely the same as the way that a lot of Christians behave, but it's the same in a lot of ways. It's very, very close. So that's like one of the biggest things, is this cringe, this unbelievable cringe, this cringy behavior that is off-putting to people. It is alienating, but also it's just hypocritical. It goes against the idea that you're supposedly putting forward by basically demonstrating that actually no, God belief is not the thing that makes people behave poorly or have bad worldviews. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that I'm not an anti-theist, because I don't actually think that God belief is the operating piece. I do believe that God belief can be a contributing factor, but I want to point something else out, which is that it's not just God belief. People do horrific things in the name of ideologies. People do horrific things in the name of products. You guys, have you guys not seen in the last few years the rise of fandom culture, the rise of stan culture? That these people aren't religious, they don't believe in God necessarily, but they are motivated by something that takes the shape of or the form of God. So this God belief in and of itself is not the thing that makes or damages the world. This is one of the reasons why I personally don't adhere to anti-theism, because I just don't think that there's I don't think the argument holds that God belief is any worse than any other type of belief, or that God belief in and of itself is disqualifying of other, is disqualifying of rationality or anything like that. There's another thing that I really hate about atheists right now, and this is another common argument that I saw, which is, and this is also common with anti-theists that I've seen. Not all anti-theists, obviously, but a lot of anti-theists tend to bring this forward, which is that they don't actually understand what religion means for people, and they don't understand how people engage with religion. I'm going to take a moment to explain this. There are many people who do not believe in a supernatural God. And some of you in chat right now might scoff at that, or might be taken aback by that, and go, "Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean how could you believe in God and not have it be supernatural?" Well, as it turns out, if you weren't ignorant, if you took some time to actually dive into various beliefs on God and actually understand what you were grappling with, you would realize that actually I believe it's referred to as pantheism, is an incredibly common type of God belief. This is a belief system that was heavily associated with Baruch Spinoza. I believe is his name. Baruch Spinoza? I always forget his first name. Right? I'm getting his first name right. Right? Yeah, Baruch Spinoza. Spinoza argued, he was a believer in God, but his idea of God was a philosophical formulation. It was a definitional formulation that posited that God is existence itself, that God is all things. It is that God is the fundamental binding thing between all things. It is a non-supernatural belief. There is nothing supernatural about Spinoza's beliefs. And there are a ton of religious people who have religious practices, people who have beliefs that are non-supernatural, that were inspired by Spinoza's beliefs. It's very common among, there's a lot of, for example, there are a lot of atheist Jews who have a supernatural view of the practices that they engage in. And it doesn't undermine the practices that they engage in. It doesn't undermine their religious beliefs. You just don't understand their religious beliefs. And it irritates me to no end how many atheists will encounter another atheist, you know what I mean? A person who doesn't believe in a supernatural God, but believes in the value of certain types of religious practice, and will treat them as though they are arguing with a Christian fundamentalist. And it's unbelievably cringe, unbelievably wasteful, and also just stupid and wrong. It is just flatly wrong and incorrect. And on top of that, it also means that there are a lot of atheists who do not understand, how am I going to do this? This is going to be hard to structure. I want to make sure that this is structured clearly. So not only do they not understand that there are types of God belief that do not involve spiritual, or that do not involve supernatural invocation, but also that there are different types of, there are different types of practice of religion. And that the practice of religion is different than a belief in the supernatural. So, for example, yoga, okay? I'm gonna use an example of yoga. And yoga has some problematic elements. There are a ton of yoga studios that are explicitly associated with cults. There are also a lot of yoga studios that are not. Yoga can be scientifically demonstrated to have a positive outlook, or to have a positive effect on people's health and mental well-being. Why is that? Well, because as it turns out, that practices which are not supernatural can actually have a huge positive effect on mental well-being, physical well-being, and all kinds of things. And a practice is separate from a supernatural claim. And yet tons of atheists will lump these things together. For another example that's not yoga, that's not even controversial at all, is meditation. Meditation comes in many forms. Some forms of meditation are definitively invoking supernatural practices. Some forms of meditation involve saying that you are, you are bending the spirit world around you, that you are invoking the spiritual world. And other forms of meditation are simply a method by which you can focus your mind, your breathing, your existence. And some of those are religious in nature. Some of the practices that you engage in involve doing things that seem odd or that seem spiritual or that are spiritual. And spiritual doesn't necessarily always mean supernatural either. For example, let me give you an example of a spiritual but not supernatural meditative practice that is used by many theater performers and actors. There is a practice that is done by many actors to help their mental health that is called de-rolling. People have other terms, unrolling, all kinds of things like that. And basically the idea is that after you do a performance, when you're in the back rooms or when you're in your home or whatever, you have a ritual that you do in which you are taking off the role that you played on the stage or the role that you played on the screen. And this mental practice helps you separate yourself from the difficulties of that task. Because as it turns out, acting is a lot of work and it can even be traumatizing, depending on the type of acting that you're doing. If you are acting in an artistic performance that asks a lot of you, like what if you're acting in a film that depicts war crimes or rape or things like that? It can be very important that you separate yourself mentally from that. There is no way to take off a role. A role isn't a real thing. It is a construct of our mind. And the ritual, which can be religious, the ritual of taking off the role is a purely mental and spiritual engagement that you do for your own well-being that can have positive effects. And yet it's not supernatural. But it is religious for some people. For some people, it's something they believe in and that they need for their well-being. It is important to them. Look at Heath Ledger, for example. Yeah, Heath Ledger, many people say that the amount of how hard he got into the role of the Joker and combined with the other things going on with his life was very taxing. Yeah, Jade Monkey says, I have to play an evil racist judge a lot on stage. Yeah, de-rolling might be pretty important from playing a evil character for something serious. So what's the difference between a craft and a religion? That's a very difficult question. But a lot of atheists won't even engage with it. They won't engage in the topic. They will outhandedly just scoff and say, you think that this, that, and the other supernatural thing? Stupid spiritualist. And there's another thing. This is the next thing that I want to talk about that is a problem that I have with atheists in the modern era that I think is really cringe, which is that atheists, and this is especially targeted, okay? I don't care if you're an atheist who's not talking about it or whatever, but this is for the atheists who go out of their way to engage in conversations about atheism, who are public about their atheism, who talk about it, who are passionate about it, of which there are a lot. You guys don't understand how religion actually operates and how it plugs into the rest of the world. And this is where I'm really gonna hit you guys hard. And I actually think that in some ways, this is not just damaging to the general like view of atheism, but to the world as a whole. Okay, listen very closely. Christians go to church for a reason, and the Christian movement consolidates the Christian movement I was talking about, the one you guys supposedly hate, the abusive one, the one that abused me and my family, okay? Those guys understand what people need to a certain degree. Now, they attach it to all kinds of other things, but these churches, excuse me, oh my goodness, had a hiccup there. These churches flourish in rural areas where people are isolated, where people are poor, where people don't have a whole lot of prospects. They offer community, they offer practice, they offer an anchor of meaning, okay? The world in its current state severely struggles to give people any sense of meaning, okay? Our jobs are horrible. There's just been years and years of a brutal pandemic that left people isolated in so many ways, in which tons of people died, tons of family members died, and a lot of those people were not even able to mourn their family members regularly because of the risk of the disease, okay? Capitalism is consumer fixated and tells people that the only purpose that they have in life is to buy things and then die. There is a shocking amount of isolation among old people. There is a shocking amount of isolation among poor people. People feel lost. They feel emotionally lost. They feel spiritually lost. They don't have anything to hold on to. They just feel like they're moving through a confusing, hurtful, painful world. And then religious people come along and promise them something. They promise them community. They promise them meaning. They promise them safety. And in exchange, they consolidate political power. And atheists, these people who go out of their way to talk about atheism, to smugly flex over all of the believers of all types that they flex over, do not understand this. They just don't. They don't get it. They don't understand what the religious extremists, not even just religious extremists, what any religious person can offer to a person who feels that way, which is a lot of people. And guess what? A lot of these atheists feel that way too, which is why they've made atheism their identity, because atheism gives them a sense of meaning, even though they use it stupidly, just like a whole bunch of the Christians do. A lot of these politically, and this is I have this biggest problem with lefty-leaning atheist types that I keep winnowing down, but the public atheists who consider themselves leftists and simply do not understand that all they're doing is scoffing. They're sitting on social media and they're scoffing while the world burns. While the world burns because they don't even understand why conservatives and conservative Christians and fundamentalists and Christian nationalists are able to win people over. Why hyper-conservative Muslim groups are able to win people over. And I don't mean win people over like in the battlefield of ideas. I mean why they're able to continue onward, why they're able to still grow their numbers despite the fact that they're detestable and they're miserable to be around. And the answer is because they offer people a sense of meaning in a world that is bereft of a lot of meaning. They offer people community in a world that has been systemically decommunized. Lefty atheists will talk about the removal of the third place. They'll talk about the removal of the public commons. They'll talk about how people don't have anywhere to go but work. They'll talk about how work is exploitative and isolating, and then they'll wonder why someone might cling to the abusive religion that their parents raised them in. Christians in America, one of the most I've been doing a ton of research lately because I wanted to see if it was still the same as when I was in the church. Because when I was in the church, one of the biggest ways in which the churches would grow was through the prison ministry. And the second biggest was through the rehab ministry. Christian churches, especially the extremist ones in America, target prisons, and they target people who are trying to get out of drugs, because these are two types of people who are most likely to be lacking in community, to be people who have been isolated and hurting for a long period of time. They target them and they offer them the things that they need the most in their heart. A sense that it's going to be okay, that they're going to have a community around them, that there is a future for them. And they give it to them when no one else will, or when it seems like no one else will. Where are the lefty atheists fixing that problem? Where are these outspoken, scoffing lefty atheists going and helping ensure that people leaving prison aren't just damned forever to be homeless, to be miserable and alone? Where are all the lefty Reddit atheists scoffing on twitter.com, helping recovering addicts find a community, find a promise, find work, a job, a future, anything? Where are they? They're nowhere. Movement atheism failed, but all of the scoffing atheists on social media behave like it succeeded. It didn't. Movement atheism it didn't work. It could have worked. It has risks. It could have worked, but it didn't. And now there's just a bunch of smug, scoffing, self-important atheists all over the place. Again, just tweeting while the world burns. Varnish Eater says, it's so hard to find resources if you're poor or homeless that aren't religious-based. Before I became a streamer, I went through a period of intense poverty. It wasn't the first time I've been very poor in my life. I have been very poor at multiple points in my life, and there have also been chapters of my life where I was doing okay. This is a chapter of my life where I'm doing okay, partially because of this show. Thank you all who support me. This is a viewer-supported show. I don't have sponsorships or anything like that. I just get viewer support, so thank you for supporting me. You make it possible for me to not be poor. But before I became a streamer, I was very poor. You want to know where I got the most of my food? From a Christian food bank. And the Christian food bank, they offered to pray with us. And we accepted. Even though I was an atheist, I accepted. I don't believe in God. I didn't believe in God. They didn't ask me to believe in God. But they were offering, and I mean they were offering a lot of food, okay? More food than I could get anywhere else. And you could go there every month and get a huge stack of food to last you the month. They would give you take-home pizzas. They would give you jars of peanut butter and soup and sodas and all kinds of stuff. And an old lady would kindly ask if she could pray for you. Where are all these smug movement atheists doing that type of shit? Well, they don't. They sit on the internet and they act like fucking liberals. They say you should vote for Biden and they say stupid, meaningless crap while people are fucking suffering and while churches are pulling people in. Some of them very abusive. Isn't that just devastating? Isn't that just fucking harrowing? It literally makes me want to cry. Like I'm sorry. just thinking about that time of my life makes me fucking crazy emotional because we wouldn't have eaten if it wasn't for that. This is why I get so mad at atheists. This is why I get so fucking mad at these internet fucking posers, these smug comment warriors. They piss me off. And it's also why I get just so tired of this back and forth conversation around atheism. And also why I get so mad, this is a specific critique, why I get so mad at the weird position that atheism has on the left. Okay? There are a lot of people who act as though atheism is a fundamental part of leftism, who do make the left extremely toxic for people who have religious beliefs, even people who have non-supernatural religious beliefs, and they don't even understand it. I think it's a huge problem. I think it's a massive problem. Like, I think it's a systemic level problem with the left that I think that the left is going to have to grapple with, because the far right is brutal in its politics, but it's material in its politics, at least with regard to how churches operate. A lot of their talking heads, you know, live in a complete fantasy world, but the church that I grew up in, that cult, is still going strong. It's still got tons of members. It has an entire community under its control. And they bring their following into extremism. They recruit them via prisons and rehab programs, and they convince them that the way to make the world a better place is to believe that Donald Trump is the best president, to believe that gay people are evil. And they show them that their worldview is true. It's not actually true, but they show them a truth by offering them what they need, by giving them what they need, by seeking these people out and giving them food and giving them clothes. And yet on the internet, people are fucking being brutal and cruel to avowed leftists who happen to hold religious beliefs. Like, I'm talking hardcore leftists, people who are in practice as left as you can be, but happen to hold a religious belief. And these smug atheist fucking keyboard warriors will be like, you don't belong in my movement, Christ-tard. It's terrible. And yeah, as Moss says, I feel like they try to be cruel, but they come off as insanely annoying. Well, yeah, most of the time they just come off as cringe and insanely annoying, but sometimes they really hurt people. Like, sometimes there's some severe pain going on, and not just the kind of, I hurt your feelings, Christ cuck. No, it's the type of thing where, like, a person who has religious beliefs is desperately trying to communicate what makes those beliefs valuable to them, and this, like, atheist is just like, no, you're an idiot. I will never build a coalition with you. And I've seen a lot of people, this was one of the things that prompted me wanting to talk about this, was a lot of people pushing the idea that, like, atheism is like a provable claim. No, it fucking isn't. If you're an atheist and you believe that you can prove a negative, you are literally just as irrational as a Christian. Your belief system of atheism is an acknowledgement that there is no meaningful evidence for God, and until that evidence shows up, that you should not believe in God. It's not the idea that you can prove God doesn't exist. Fucking Jesus. Doesn't atheism require faith? I don't think that atheism in its base form requires faith, but the atheism that is practiced by a lot of people online does require faith. It requires faith that there will never be evidence of a God, which you can't know that. And that's a faith claim. But I don't think that in its basic form, atheism requires any sort of faith. It's simply an acknowledgement that you have not seen evidence and that you have a burden of proof necessary to prove the existence of God, which I think is a very rational and fair thing to do. People make ridiculous claims about God. I mean, the Christian fundamentalists believe God is like an all-powerful male entity that has a physical form that came to Earth, and they don't provide any meaningful evidence about that. Yeah. I think that it's really fucking weird when atheists start to behave like theists. I think it's very, very weird. Rapti with the $5 says, your shameless love of birds has helped me get fellow bird lovers to watch you. Empathy connects people. One of my friends loves chickens so much and we've bonded even more over them. That's based. I love birds and I love other bird fans. I am a bird lover. I'd be a bird if I could. You know, it'd be cool to be a bird. I bet living as a bird would be sick. The open skies free to you. Man, it'd be cool. But to get back on the topic of atheism, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. I think I've made that very clear. That said, I think that atheists in general, but especially the left as a whole, could do with a better understanding of religion, to do with especially a better understanding of religious practice. Can I give you guys a real quick example of a religious practice by a spiritual movement that I think is incredibly, incredibly based? Sikh temples. There's a religion called Sikhism or Sikhism. I always mispronounce it right. But Sikh temples have a religious practice, which is that when they have sessions of worship, they always serve a meal, always. So every religious session has a meal. And the important part about this is that it is a part of their belief that this meal be made free to anyone. Regardless of whether you believe in God, regardless of whether you belong to the church community. And you can actually go to any Sikh temple during a religious ceremony, and you can receive a plate of food, no questions asked. And that is a core part of their belief system. And that is Sikhism is a spiritual, supernatural religion, is a religion that has supernatural claims. But that practice, I think we can agree, is a pretty impressively good practice. And that practice doesn't have to be tied to the belief of Sikhism, does it? That could be done by anybody. That could be done by a local DSA group. That could be done by a anarchist mutual aid group. That could be done by the Democrats. Could make something like that. Anybody could do that. In fact, some do. I will say there are some that do that. And yet, that is a practice that comes from a religious belief. There is a religious motivation for it. And it's not even a bad religious motivation. What I'm trying to say here is that practices have all kinds of reasons and motivations, and God belief in and of itself does not really have that much of an impact on whether or not something turns out to be good or bad. In fact, it's more the motivation of the practice itself that has a lot more impact. There's another image online, which is, this one went around a little while ago, and it was a restaurant, and it had a sign that said, it had all of the prices, and at the bottom, it said, if you do not have enough money, this meal is on Allah. And what it meant is, if you were hungry and you don't have the money, they would donate that meal to you in the name of God. God belief, the motivation for that is a belief that their God wants them to make the world a better place. The God belief, not really the problem there, is it? Is the God belief tainting that behavior? Really? I think that God belief is tainting the behavior less than a lot of smug atheist liberals who don't give food away because they think it would hurt their bottom line. There's a lot of smug atheist liberals who are also capitalists. There are a lot of smug atheist liberals who are economically conservative. They're getting lapped by a God believer whose God belief motivates them to be charitable. Thank you very much, Whimsical. Whimsical says, I love your hair, Demon Mama. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. When Vontuk says, with the $10, thank you very much for supporting the show. Vontuk says, when I give money in need or when I give someone in need money or gas, if they say God bless, I let them know that I'm an atheist, but that I appreciate their positive sentiment. I think this is a really good way to spread the word that atheists aren't evil and can be kind. I think that's based. I think that's totally based. If you're looking for an atheist charity, the skeptic podcasters at Puzzle in a Thunderstorm do Vulgarity for Charity, where if you donate to Modest Needs, they roast a person of your choosing. That sounds great, Zafra Fennec. There you go. There's some people putting their money where their mouth is. Killjoy says, a huge thing that needs to be understood is that when you remove the church, you have to replace all of the needs that they provide for. Food kitchens, hospitals, orphanages, thrift stores. Christians donate 10% of their revenue to support a community, which is way more than any of these Redditors. Yeah. I don't think that they have to be identical structures, but the needs do have to be replaced. They do. And that's one of the big problems of movement atheism. Because movement atheism isn't a movement. Atheism is a fucking neutral belief. You either believe in God or you don't. Do you see what I'm talking about here? Atheism isn't good and based and red-pilled and true. It's just a thing. You either do believe in God or you don't. And you might have good reasons for doing so, or you might have bad reasons for doing so. I personally think that a good argument can be made for atheism. But it's just atheism. Everything, it doesn't give you a shortcut to being a better person. The rest of your worldview comes from that. Movement atheism doesn't work. I mean, I guess it could have, but it would have required an understanding of what a movement really is. It would have required an understanding of shared beliefs. It would have taken on a religious nature. But atheists are allergic to understanding that type of human connection. Especially right now they are. But I think that's a huge mistake. What do you think of this statement? Why do you need a book to teach you how to be morally good? Lots of people need books to teach them how to be morally good. Lots of people need books. Are you kidding me? I feel like I needed books to teach me how to be morally good. People read books for all kinds of reasons. Books are knowledge. Knowledge helps us reflect and learn things we wouldn't have otherwise learned. Being a good person doesn't happen by accident, especially in a world where you're taught all kinds of fucked up things from birth. Do you know how many people have stopped being racist because they read a book that challenged them to rethink their racist positions that their parents taught them? I ain't never read no stinking book. One of the most cringe arguments is the whole, if the only thing stopping you from doing bad things is God, then you're not a good person. I can understand why people say that. But people use all kinds of structures. You know, the same thing could be said about an ideology. This is another thing, not to go off on yet another tangent, but this is another thing that drives me nuts about atheists. Atheists suddenly zip up the moment that they're confronted with the fact that ideology can make people behave exactly like religiosity. Like Stalinists? Are you fucking kidding me? Stalinism was an atheistic movement that was so ideologically controlled that it mirrored even the most heinous practices of religion over history. Like, ideologies can function in the exact same ways. They build constructs. They encourage people to see others as morally less than or greater than. It's pseudo-religious, yeah, but you can't just say it's pseudo-religious and end it there, right? A lot of atheists will be like, oh, it was basically a religion, but it wasn't. Liberalism has led, oh my God, are you guys, you know the types of shit that has happened under purely atheistic liberalism? You think that every corporation that has like hollowed out a country in Africa or in South America is run by like a devout Christian? Nuh-uh. No, it fucking isn't. It's led by a council of people who are motivated by fucking cash. Hypno Amber says, you have to stop being so base this stream, Demon Mama. I'm having too much fun. Rapti says, you need water. You're so much on fire tonight. Well, I did have some water. Thank you for reminding me. There's so much that I'm trying to communicate here. One of which is there's no shortcuts to a better understanding of the world. The world is a complicated and difficult place, and there are a lot of ways to live your life, and there are a lot of ways to be a bad person, and there are a lot of ways to be a good person, and there are a lot of different definitions of what it means to be good or bad. There's no shortcuts to this stuff. You have to think about it really deeply, you have to really interrogate it, and you have to be willing to be critical to the things that you assumed. This is ridiculously based. It's like no one else talks about this. Well, I'm not trying to say that I'm insanely awesome and based and that you should tell your friends about me and promote my show, that you should leave comments on my videos so that my channel gets out there to more people. But I'm kind of saying that I'm pretty based and I've thought about this stuff a lot, and it would be really, really cool if you shared this show with other people because I'm going to be doing more content like this. This topic specifically, talking about religion, talking about atheism, is going to be something I talk about a lot more on my show because I think it's necessary. I really think it's necessary. Practices are very important to humans generally. Habits. the things that we do, the ways that we live our lives. And those practices are, as it turns out, super, super, super important. And some of them are religious in nature, and some of the religious ones are actually good. And atheists could probably learn a thing or two from some religious people who do really good stuff. They could learn a lot from that. And they don't a lot of times simply because they will smugly say, God belief's stupid. And again, I want to be 100% clear. I have nothing but critiques for modern Christianity, for the Christian movement, evangelical Christian movement, the Christian nationalism movement, fundamentalism, whatever. They're all one big lump in America. I have nothing but critiques for them. I think they should be critiqued viciously. But I don't think it's about their God belief. I don't think that it's God belief that is what makes them bad. Even though there's aspects of their God belief that I think are worthy of mocking. Like, I mean, I mock the transubstantiation thing. Specifically, I mock that because like a lot of the people who are pushing that thing forward are also trying to say that trans people are irrational and are all, you're always gonna be a woman/man depending on whatever. And then they're like, yeah, but this bread is definitely Jesus, you know? Do you think that religion encourages people to think irrationally? I think some religion does, but I don't think all religion does. Like, for example, I don't think Judaism encourages people to think irrationally at all. In fact, I think Judaism, like huge chunks of Judaism are obsessed with rationality. It's like a massive part of a lot of religious beliefs to be rational, to be scientific, to inquire about the world. So I don't think so. I don't think religion intrinsically encourages people to be irrational. I think some types of religions do. For example, I think evangelical Christianity does encourage people to be irrational. I think Christian fundamentalism unbelievably convinces people and encourages people to be irrational, but I don't think that religion as a whole does. I don't think Buddhism, maybe some forms of Buddhism, but I don't think Buddhism as a whole generally encourages people to be irrational. In fact, I think a lot of the core teachings of Buddhism are about mindfulness, about paying attention to the world around you and the connections that you have to the world around you, thinking about them, attempting to separate your mind from the world around you so that you can observe it and think about it. Yes, obviously there are some obviously, that's what I'm saying. There are some branches of most religions that are extreme and very violent, but I don't think that a lot of these do. I don't even know if Christianity at its core. I do think that there are aspects of the core of Christian belief, but I don't even think that I can say that about Christianity as a whole. Because there have been, throughout history, countless Christians who felt motivated to inquire about the world because of their religious beliefs. They exist to this day. So I just don't think that I can agree with a statement like that. Yeah, of course, there's a huge Christian Marxist movement, liberation theology, Christian socialism. Holy moly. Sonny Joe with the unbelievably generous $100 super chat. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much it means to me that you'd support me like that. Thank you so very much. Sonny Joe says, from another recovered Reddit atheist, everything you're saying is so true. Completely true. Got some extra money recently, so please enjoy. I will absolutely enjoy that. Thank you very, very much. Seriously, you mean the world to me. Thank you so much. My goodness, that's generous. Thank you so very much. That really means a lot to me. Lotta Apple says Michael Brooks was combining spirituality components with leftism right before he passed away. That is something that Michael Brooks took seriously, And I always respected Michael Brooks a lot. I always did. And he was one of the funniest and harshest critics of what he called the dumb left, which was the left that ended up spiraling off into this anti-Ukraine craziness, this weird reactionary craziness, all of the weird class reductionists. There we go. Sophie says, I'm really enjoying this nuanced discussion because in so many leftist spaces, especially online, this kind of nuance is almost anathema, and it's incredibly frustrating. The demonization, of religious people inherently turns away so many people who could otherwise be progressive or leftist. The same goes with LGBT people who are still religious and are rejected by both communities and then are further isolated. True! That is very true. There is an incredible amount of isolation that can occur. This sort of smug Reddit atheism being popular on the left actually seriously damages the general left movement. It damages the entire general left space because it's leaving a ton of people out of the movement entirely. And I'm not saying that you need to incorporate Christian morality into leftism, but the popularity of sort of smugly acting morally superior just because you think that your atheism is somehow so enlightened, it does damage. It actually is damaging. Prosy Rosie says, if you had to join a religion, which one speaks to you the most? Judaism. With basically like almost no hesitation. I have actually considered at one point, the only time I have ever like considered getting involved with a religion was I was considering going to a trans Jewish leftist reading group and learning about conversion to a sort of pantheistic form of Judaism. Yeah, but that is the type of religion that most appeals to me if I had to choose a religion right now. But again, I just prefer to remain myself, independent, and I prefer to be able to analyze belief systems and their beliefs independent of adopting one in whole. Yep. Unitarian Universalist practices are about what you're saying here tonight. Yeah, the Unitarian Universalists are pretty based, all things considered. They're really incredible. In fact, Unitarian Universalists often are the places that queer groups are able to get like resources and space to meet up. Lots and lots of like queer support groups will meet at Unitarian Universalist church facilities because of how supportive Unitarian Universalists are. It's pretty interesting. What do you think about Wicca? I don't know all that much about Wicca. I only know a little bit about it. I know a lot of Wiccans who are pretty cool, but I don't know all that much myself. It's one of the ones I admittedly don't know as much about. The Unitarian Universalists were the first to perform same-sex marriages. Yes, they were. The Unitarian Universalists were like the only place you could get married in a church for a while. Naomi Chance, shoot me a friend request. I'll check my friend requests on Discord, and shoot me a message, or you can email me at demonmamaonline@gmail.com. Email is also very very easy. Sophie says, Judaism puts heavy emphasis on education and discussion. Like one of the oldest Jewish sayings is, if you have a room of 100 Jews, you have 100 different Judaisms. Yep, it's absolutely true. Yep, it's very, very, scholarship, debate, differences of opinion are very valued in a lot of Judaism, in a lot of Jewish communities. Okay, I want to wrap this segment off by saying one final thing, which is something that I've said on this channel that I will continue to say, which is that my criticisms of religion tend to come from the following things. Dogmatism. I think that dogmatism is a type of belief system that is toxic. I don't believe that you need to have a belief in God in order to be dogmatic. This is one of the things I'm most critical of. I believe that dogmatic belief, unquestioning belief to a set of principles that have been taught to you by someone else or have been left in a book, is incredibly dangerous. I think it's highly, highly dangerous. Traditionalism, specifically capital T traditionalism. I'm not talking about having any traditions. I'm talking about traditionalism. The belief that what came before has some sort of inherent magical quality, that there is something inherently valuable about the way things were done in the past over the way that things are being done now, that just because something has been repeated for a long time that's right. I think that is a very, very dangerous belief, like a piece of belief that is present in many religions, but is not present in all religions. Also, not God belief. Traditionalism and dogmatism are not tied to God belief necessarily. Sometimes they are, but they are not always. Those are two of the biggest ones. And I think along the same lines, conservatism or right-wingism is another one that I think is highly suspect and that should be watched out for. These are the characteristics that like sort of characterize my skepticism of a lot of belief systems. And I want to be clear what I mean by conservatism / right-wingism. I mean the belief that the world is divided into naturally existing hierarchies that are unquestionable. Now, you might argue this is a subsection of dogmatism, but I think that it deserves being carried out, being brought up nonetheless. I think that religious beliefs, ideological beliefs that teach you that there are people who are above and there are people who are below and there are people who have a specific place in a hierarchy are highly dangerous, highly likely to lead people to very immoral behavior. Those are the ones that I tend to focus on. And I guess anti-skepticism in general. If a belief is telling you not to inquire further about it, if there is a ideological or religious belief that is telling you, do not question this, do not dig into this, but again, that kind of falls under dogmatism. Personally, I find dogmatism and traditionalism to be two of the most, those are the things that I'm actually concerned with. Not the God belief, not even the belief necessarily in the supernatural, because I think lots of people believe in supernatural things in very harmless ways or in very low harm ways, or they have reasons, even if perhaps misguided sometimes, for their supernatural beliefs, whatever. I don't think that those are the ones that are important. I think that watching out for dogmatism, watching out for traditionalism, and of course, watching out generally for the type of isolating behavior that a lot of cults engage in. Obviously, that's sort of a key component of what defines a cult in most people's mind, is the idea of isolating people from everyone else, keeping them only to the in-group. In-group versus out-group thinking is another one that I think people should be very cautious about. Obviously, there is always a certain amount of in-group preference. That is, we all have biases. We all are biased to some degrees to what we know more. But I think that religious beliefs or ideological beliefs that encourage you to distrust those who are different than you and to implicitly trust those who are similar to you are very, very dangerous. Beelzebub with the incredibly generous tier 1 sub says, keep spitting facts. Hope that you delve further into the connections between religion and state power. Super interesting in my opinion. I absolutely will. That is a topic that I will most definitely be talking about in the future. One big question is how do you differentiate religions and cults? Atheists tend to call all religion cults anyways. I think that sometimes it can be hard, but in my opinion, what defines a cult is certain practices that are designed to isolate the believer from the outside world. Tons of religions do not teach you, even lots of Christianity does not teach you to like isolate yourself from other people who are different than you. There are a lot of strains of Christianity that do delve into this, and those are the ones that I would argue are cults. I think that cults also tend to have very firm membership, punitive membership behaviors. So not only do cults encourage isolation, but they encourage isolation by basically excluding you if you associate with the wrong people. Basically saying like, oh, if you, if you don't spend enough time with us and you're spending time with other people that we don't like, that's also a red flag. I think that the level of devotion that is demanded also can help distinguish a cult. I don't think that there's a hard line usually, because I think that there are some sincerely held religious beliefs that require an incredible amount of devotion, but lots of cults demand basically, most of the cults, things that I would be comfortable calling cults, demand you give over your entire life to the belief system, usually to a specific part of the belief system. Not just giving yourself over to the religion as a whole, but giving yourself over to the specific church or the specific leader or the specific sect is usually something that I would say helps define a cult. The bite model is a good checklist. Yeah, a lot of people use the bite model. I do think that's a pretty good model generally. I'm just sort of going off the cuff for what I usually think of and what I look to personally to determine the difference between a cult and just a general religious practice. Most of the things that I would be comfortable calling a cult are there is a specific leader or a small group of leaders who you must be devoted to and you must be loyal to. Not just a belief system, not just an abstract God or even a specific God, but rather a group of people that you are supposed to be loyal to at all times. What is bite? Here, let me bring it up. I'll get you bite. Here we go. The bite model, the Stephen Hassan's bite model of authoritarian control: behavior control, information control, thought control, and emotional control. Now there's a whole lot of details here about here, but we can look at just a couple of them. Behavior control, regulating the individual's physical reality, dictating where, how, and with whom the member lives, associates, or isolates, when, how, and with whom the member has sex, control of types of clothing and hairstyle, regulate diet, food, drink, hunger, and or fasting, manipulation and deprivation of sleep, financial exploitation, manipulation, or dependence, restricting leisure, entertainment, or vacation time, major time spent with group indoctrination and rituals and or self-indoctrination, including the internet, permission required for all major decisions, rewards and punishments used to modify behaviors, both positive and negative, discouraging individualism, encouraging groupthink. So there's some examples of behavior control. Informational control, deception, withholding information, distorting information to make it more acceptable, systemically lying to the cult member, minimizing or discouraging access to non-cult sources of information. Hey, I talked about that a ton. Do you see why I mentioned this when I was talking about the cult I grew up in. That was a huge part. Internet, TV, radio, books, articles, newspapers, magazines, media, critical information, restricting access to former members. That was a big deal in the cult that I was in. If somebody left the church, they were gone. They just disappeared from the social group. If they left the church, they were immediately suspect and you were not supposed to engage with them. It was frowned upon to spend time with them. They were often disparaged by other members of the church. Compartmentalize information into outsider versus insider doctrines. Ensure that information is not freely accessible. Control information at different levels and missions within the group. Allow only the leadership to decide who needs to know what and when. Encourage spying on other members. Extensive use of information and propaganda generated by the cult, including internal newsletters, magazines, videotapes, audio tapes, YouTube, movies, other media. Misquoting statements or using them out of context from non-cult sources. Unethical use of confession. Withholding forgiveness or absolution. Thought control. Require members to internalize the group's doctrine as truth. Adopting the group's map of reality as the true reality. Instill black and white thinking. Decide between good and evil. Organize people into us versus them. See? Do you see why these are the things that I tend to focus on when I'm talking about my critiques of specific religions and not God belief? Notice that like basically none of this actually requires God belief. Yeah, here's the linky. This is just a general summary. This isn't like the perfect, I'm not saying this is like the definitive one. This is just a general summary that I grabbed. Emotional control. Make a person feel that problems are always their own fault, never the fault of the group or the leader. Promote feelings of guilt or unworthiness. Identity guilt. Not living up to your potential. Your family is deficient. Your past is suspect. Your affirmations or your affiliations are unwise. Your thoughts, feelings, and actions are irrelevant. Social guilt. Historical guilt. That was a huge one in the cult that I grew up in. Something I deal with still to this day. How much guilt was wielded. Guilt was wielded so hard in the church that I grew up in. Like I said, it's like a permanent scar, dealing with feelings of guilt for everything, for every action. It got so bad at one point in my life that I would become paralyzed even at simple decisions because I didn't know which one God wanted me to make. This is when I was a lot younger. It actually manifested almost as like an obsessive compulsive thing where I would freeze making decisions about clothing or what I was going to eat for breakfast or what homework I was supposed to do first because the church was constantly reinforcing the idea that I needed to consult God for everything, that I needed to constantly be in communion with God. Anyway, this has gotten off topic and I want to wrap this segment up. What I'm trying to say is atheists online have cultivated a very deserving reputation of being incredibly cringe. Out and loud atheists need to do way, way better. And the left should seriously reanalyze its approach on how it handles interacting with religious people, because it's one of the biggest areas that the world is like at threat. If Christian fundamentalists continue to consolidate their power, continue to recruit people into their ranks via whatever method that they use, usually believe it or not, it's not their internet evangelism that does it. It's that they target people at their material needs. But if that's allowed to happen, we face a very dark future, because I unironically believe that these Christian nationalists will stop at no level of violence or torture in order to force their worldview, a worldview in which they categorically believe that gay people do not deserve to exist, that trans people do not deserve to exist. I mean, we just watched some of their Christian popular talking heads like Candace Owens explicitly calling trans people satanic, which they believe is the ultimate evil. I think that the online left, atheists in the online left, and people who care about these topics seriously need to rethink the way that they engage. And I'm doing my part by having conversations like this one. If you enjoyed this segment, this video, depending on whether you're watching it live or whether you're watching it in the future on YouTube, please press subscribe down below, press like, and tell me your thoughts in the comments. I really want to hear your thoughts about religion. I really want to hear your thoughts about atheism. If you are a religious leftist, I want to hear your thoughts. Seriously, leave them in the comments below. I read my comments very frequently. All of my fans can tell you I respond all the time. So maybe I should read my comments less, but I don't. So leave those comments. It means the world to me. It helps my videos, and it also means that we get to talk. So thank you all very much. Hope you all enjoyed that. I hope that was a strong one. We still have a lot of viewers. We have over 400 viewers. That makes me feel happy. It makes me feel happy when I can do segments that are 100% original content, no reacting, no commentary on public figures, just my own thoughts, my own experiences, and have so many people watching. It really, really does mean the world to me. And this summer, I'll let you guys all in since we're pretty far into the thing. This summer, I'm going to be experimenting with my content a lot. I'm going to be aiming to do a lot more original content, a lot more stuff that is out of the vein of what I usually do. Recently, I have felt like I've been doing too much not too much react, too much political react, too much news, and too much political react stuff. And I want to move away from that, and I'm going to use this summer as an opportunity to put some more experimental, original content, different topics than I usually talk about out onto the channel. And I think it's going to be very good for the channel, because I think it's going to bring in a lot of new people who aren't into just listening to politics stuff as frequently as I do it. I'm never gonna stop doing politics. I'm a super political person. You guys know that. It's been a mainstay of my channel. I'm never gonna stop doing that. But I want to do a lot of other stuff. I want to talk about movies. I want to talk about my thoughts on various topics, just off the cuff. Absolutely, Rapti. Please go ahead. Shill away. If you got something that you think people will find interesting, please. Piftle Cakes with the unbelievably generous 3 tier 1 subs. My Christian partner wanted to express his appreciation for your nuance and based take here. Thank you for being a beacon of goodness in the online left. You're very welcome, Piftle Cakes, and you're very welcome, Piftle Cakes partner. I'm very happy to be able to provide a good take for you to enjoy, something that you find edifying and perhaps even enlightening or encouraging. I want more people to be left-leaning. I want more people to reject the absurd natural hierarchy bullshit that is popular on the right. And I don't care if you're religious or not. I just want people to think about the world in a better way. Hungamaster 420 said, leftist mafia is going to address the Illuminati situation tomorrow. That might be worth covering. I probably will be covering that. Blablato says, today the Young Turks has been doing some weird right-wing anti-Ukraine talking points if you want a third segment today. Oh God, for real? They're getting into that shit too? They really are just going to a right-wing grift, aren't they? They've just decided, okay, now we're gonna be anti-trans and we're gonna be anti-Ukraine. Deranged. Deranged. Light Rays says, hey, Demon Mama, I've been going to physical therapy lately, and I noticed that they've been watching the new Planet of the Apes movies at lunch, and it reminds me of your reviews. Based! Those movies are sick! The new Planet of the Apes movies they are fire! They're all really, really good. I'm happy. It makes me happy when people enjoy my reviews. Thank you so much, all of you who are donating and commenting right now. But I wanted to say, one of the things that brings me an incredible amount of personal joy, when I post a review video, my review videos get less views than my political content, obviously, because I'm a mostly political content channel. However, the comments and the views that I do get on my review content are more fulfilling to me by like so much. Like when people react to like me talking about a film and they bounce off my thoughts, they're engaging directly with what I have to say. It like makes my day. I'm not kidding you. It seriously makes me feel good, which is part of the reason why I want to do more of them, because it feels good to have people resonate with my thoughts on art and stuff. Allmark 101 with the incredibly generous $22. Hey, Demon Mama, I thought I'd pop in before going out for my 22nd birthday. Keep up the hard work. Us imps appreciate how much you brighten our day. I'll do a shot for the imps as well. Based! I hope your shots are very, very good. Don't drink too much. Don't knock yourself out too bad. But have a wonderful 22nd birthday. Happy birthday, Allmark 101. And thank you so much for supporting the show. Seriously. Prosy Rosie says, I think I suffer from church hurt. How did you recover from your religious trauma? Honestly, it's something I still struggle with to this day, but one of the single most important way for me to overcome or make headway against religious trauma was my found family, my little polycule, who are unbelievably supportive of me. My partners, they help me when I'm feeling lost, when I'm feeling these pangs of guilt that were instilled in me from my childhood for years and years of just guilt being instilled into me. They act as a light outside of that. They don't have that same background, and so they don't have that same pain. They have their own struggles, but they can help me because they can see from outside of what I'm dealing with. And it's seriously, that community, that real form of community, of togetherness with other people who are loving and supportive and who are able to see from outside of the hurt, makes a world of difference. Another thing too, my best friend. Honestly, my two best friends, because I have two best friends. Both of them have always supported me through all of it. And they've always been willing to be there to just talk about random shit and to be loving and cool no matter what. And that gives you a sense of a sense of foundation that is more powerful than anything that a church can give you. When you have that togetherness with people who really care about you, you know, friendship is a mighty power. It truly is a mighty force in the world. And my friends have always been willing to just like be there for me in a way that gives me a feeling of anchoring in the world. One of the things I've dealt with a lot over the years was spending so much of my life with the belief that like God had a plan for me. It can leave you feeling, when you leave that, it can leave you feeling empty. It can leave you feeling lost. It's something I struggle with to this day. This feeling of lostness, like, oh, well, God didn't have a plan for me after all. And that's just a really hard thing to cope with when you're told your whole life that like God has a specific plan for you in the world. Even though they never tell you what it is, they just tell you that to make you feel special. And it is a lie, you know? They lie to give for their own benefit. And having people who ground you in those moments has been everything to me. So I hope that answers the question. Hope that answers the question. Maybe we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look. Rapti says, Rapti is plugging the Dakimakura. Rapti says, by purchasing our Dakimakura and future merch, you help support fellow content creators who promote an amazing queer comic that has sucked in even Demon Mama. That is true. I do have indeed a cameo in the Out of Placers comic, which is one of the most flattering things I've ever received. The fact that forever in this excellent queer comic, there is a Demon Mama inspired character. That makes me very, very happy. Scarlet Volcano says, does it help more when people watch on your website or on YouTube? They're the same. My website simply hosts the YouTube stream. Donating through the website is better. You directly support me if you donate through the website. Basically, all of the money, if you donate through the website, goes to me, whereas donations through YouTube, a part of that goes to YouTube, but the views don't matter. Watching through the website or watching on YouTube is the same thing as far as the views go. Do you think you should make a second channel for review content? Maybe, but I don't think I'm large enough to make a second channel. I've thought about it. I've thought about doing a second channel where what I do is just put out media reviews, but I don't know about that yet. I don't think my channel is large enough to make a second channel, and I don't want to split my fan base. Maybe it would be, but you got a video here. All right, let's watch a quick meme. Let's watch this quick meme. This is another Mr. Krabs meme, and it's of course Sonic. Let's see it. Wow, this looks sick. Wow, that animation looks incredible. And that's sick-ass music, too. Okay, that was actually really cool. Trans Girl Jade says, the thing that turned me away from the church in general was when my father died when I was 16. Everyone kept saying that it was God's will and that it was just his time. That is Christians, God, a lot of Christians are just so bad at dealing with grief. It is very, very, very difficult. It is very, very difficult to deal with grief generally, but Christians just think that they can say it was God's will and that makes it all better when it really just makes you feel worse. John Fallon says, who? I love that comic. There is a character named Dima in the Out of Placers comic, which is a really amazing queer, furry, kinky comic. It's not explicitly not safe for work, but it is like, well, I guess it is not safe for work. It's not super explicit, but anyway, and there's a character named Dima, who's a big, tall, red yinglet creature that is inspired by me, that is my cameo character, and I love Dima. He's beautiful, and I love him, and he's big and furry, and I would pet him and hug him. Vex with the incredibly generous $10 super chat. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Vex, for supporting the channel. Windleby says, I want to be snarky, but that Sonic animation wasn't bad. Yeah, it wasn't. Oh yeah, there's the link. Here, you guys can see my character. Here you go, look. Look. There's the character, right there. See? Hold on, let me zoom in. There's Dima. Pinkish, whitish. Did I say the wrong color? I might have said the wrong color, I'm sorry. My brain is all over the place tonight. What a cutie. He's so cute. You should react to this Dr. K video. It's really good. Touch starvation? Maybe. Okay, I'll think about this. Dima is extremely popular, like extremely popular. Yes! That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. What can I say? I have charm, even in Yinglet form. I think I would make a charming Yinglet. I guess I do make a charming Yinglet. Chariot says, I remember having that kind of cultural Christian rhetoric, everything happens for a reason approach to talking about trauma as a teen until my girlfriend at the time told me I was being an idiot. Yeah, sometimes you have to have a rude awakening, unfortunately. Demon Mama has extended her reach outside of the lefty sphere. You would be surprised. You would be amazed where my tentacles reach. Demon Mama, earlier you mentioned the material ways religious groups have helped people. Is there anything they offer that purely secular leftist orgs can't? Not entirely. Not entirely, but there are things that leftist secular orgs stray away from that is offered by religious organizations, and that is meaning. One of the things I've been thinking about a lot in my life recently is meaning, and how important it is to the human psyche. There's all types of ways that people can find meaning. But it is actually very important. People have a really hard time being happy if they don't feel like they have a purpose for the things that they're doing. If they don't feel like there is a something greater than them in one way or another that they are a part of. Whether it's a family, whether it's a community, whether it's a friend group or whatever, finding meaning can be pretty challenging, especially in our deranged capitalist hyper-consumerist landscape that we live in, where the only meaning that any corporation cares about is whether or not you're buying their products. I think this is I think you see this in like the appearance of like weird fandom cults where people substitute like a general sense of meaning for being unbelievably, endlessly obsessed with a random product. And I do think that religious organizations often do a better job at providing a meaning, not always a good one, mind you, not always a good one. In fact, often not a good one. Whereas a lot of secular orgs stray away from that because they don't want to seem too religious. However, I think that finding meaning is really, really important, and it's something that I am putting a lot of thought into and something I'm going to talk about a lot in my spiritual deconstruction video, because I think that especially in the wake of the pandemic, I think a lot of social life is experiencing a shortage of meaning. That's unfortunate. Demon Mama once talked about a D&D character that represents them, and it was this femme octopus creature. Yes, that I played that character in a former game, D&D game. She was a really cool character. She was a merfolk that was inspired by a cuttlefish. She was a cuttlefish, actually. She had I specifically crafted her that she had an ability where she could change the color of her skin, and she had bioluminescence, so she could put her face tentacles up and blink them just like a cuttlefish does, and it would give her some minor advantages, stuff like that. It's very cool. I love that character. Today I learned about how octopuses reproduce, and I have to say we are lucky that we live in a world where we don't reproduce like octopuses do. Yeah, I imagine that's true. Stranger on the internet with the incredibly generous $7 super chat. Thank you so very much for supporting the show. Stranger on the internet, thank you very, very much. Zoe Vex says, there is plenty of meaning without religion, no? Secular orgs can do the same as religion, but some religions do too, like the Sikhs. Yes, there is plenty of meaning without religion. However, I think that a lot of secular orgs simply stray away from embracing that aspect for a number of reasons. I do believe that meaning can be found in all kinds of secular motivations. I strongly believe that. I have found meaning outside of religion. I think that it's just that religion has easy answers to meaning. Interestingly, so does nationalism. A lot of the reason why people cling to nationalism is because it gives them a sense of meaning. I'm living and dying and working hard for my country, for this thing that I have in my mind that I've been sold. Nationalism and religiosity are shortcut answers to providing meaning. They are highly emotionally charged and they have huge historical backing that give people a sense of meaning. However, I think that they are often used for evil. I think that nationalist movements are purely instrumental, that they give people a sense of meaning in exchange for their entire life becoming an instrument of the state, of the nation. And I think that's a bad thing. Yeah. Every Demon Mama character is very cute. Not all of them. I had a character, one of my favorite D&D characters that I played in recent memory. This was a couple years back. Was an unlicensed medieval surgeon who was a leech werewolf, basically. Not a werewolf, a were-leech. She was like a long, pale, gaunt character who would shift into a bloodthirsty leech. And she worked as a very skilled, unlicensed medieval surgeon, and she would take the blood from the surgeries to drink herself so that she could feed ethically, relatively ethically. So, yeah. But when she activated her werewolf form, or not werewolf, the template was for a werewolf, but I shifted it because they allow you to change the animal if you want to do it your own way. But when she changed, she would become like a large leech creature with spikes, and she would get spike weapons and stuff like that. It was really cool. She was definitely not very... Oh yeah, she also wore a doctor's mask at all times because her mouth was like a leech mouth. So she had like a human appearance, but she could never change her leech mouth back. And every day she would have to do a dice roll to see if she would be able to speak or not, because some days her leech mouth would be too, like her mutation would basically cause her leech mouth to no longer be able to speak. Yeah. Yeah, I like that character. I haven't played D&D in forever. I haven't had the time in my life to play D&D, which makes me a little sad because I do miss playing tabletop role-playing games. Yeah. I do miss them quite a lot. Yep. Methinks Demon Mama would make an excellent DM. I am very proud. One of my proudest works of writing was a complete homebrew campaign that I ran for over a year with the same table of people. I was very proud of that, and that group tended to like my DMing style pretty well. Someday again, I will probably DM a game. I just haven't done it because I've been busy with this channel. Believe it or not, being a YouTuber takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of fucking time and energy. And for 3 years, I've been grinding at this channel like crazy. So I haven't had much time to do other stuff. The creator grind is a strong one. Sleep? What sleep? Interesting that you should say that, because sleep is the one thing I absolutely insist on. Ever since I became a creator, I do not compromise on sleep. If I feel super, super tired, I will cancel like anything else if I need to sleep. I will not compromise on sleep. And here's the reason why. Because if I don't sleep, I literally cannot stream. If I don't sleep, I can't even focus on stream. I can't be funny. It sucks. It's the one thing I just will not compromise on anymore. I used to. In the past, in my previous jobs, I used to sacrifice sleep, and I would, you know, but now I'll sacrifice basically anything but sleep. That's the only thing I won't do. I'll even sacrifice eating. I know you're looking at me, you going, Demon Mama, you're chubby as fuck. You don't skip meals. Wrong. During that last drama stream, watch the video, see if I ate 9.5 fucking hours without eating anything. Sleep versus Tears of the Kingdom? What's more important? Sleep. Would you substitute Tears of the Kingdom? Yes, I would. Sleeping is more important than Tears of the Kingdom. What I will do instead is that I will just not do anything the next day. I'll play Tears of the Kingdom until I'm tired, and then I'll just sleep in. I don't care. Like, I literally, it's really funny because when I was younger, I used to be on my grind set super hard for the jobs that I worked. This is way before I was like working in creative fields. Well, actually, no, even when I was working in film, while I was working as like a camera person and stuff like that. So it's still a creative field. Regardless, I would cut on sleep all the time. And at one point, sometime in my, like around the age of 25 or so, I realized just how miserable low sleep was making me, that I had learned like bad sleep habits. And after that, I stopped compromising on sleep, and it made my life so much better. Not sleeping just completely diminishes all of my skills. It makes me worse at everything. It makes me think slower. It makes me less happy. I hate it, so I just don't compromise sleep. Your wereleech sounds a lot like Lichlit's OC. I know Lichlit. And I do love Lichlit's OC. I designed my wereleech different than Lichlit's OC, but I did use Lichlit's OC as one of my artistic references when I was getting art done for the character, because I do think that visually there were some similarities. My character had a lot of differences in design though, but yes. Naomi Chance says, remember earlier on in the year when I said that I was considering dropping out? Well, I stuck out and I have my graduation ceremony on Friday this week. Thank you for telling me to keep on keeping on when I was at my lowest. Do not fucking die, imps. Naomi Chance, that's fucking awesome. Congratulations, good on you. Look at that, you fucking made it. And now you don't gotta worry about it. You got a graduation ceremony in no time, and it's fucking free. It's an open road for you from here on out. Congratulations, and good on you. I'm happy that I was able to offer a little bit of inspiration, but just remember, it was you who did it. So the congratulations all goes to you. Good on you. Do not fucking die. Keep that up. That's fucking awesome. Sanguine says, not gonna lie, I think about do not fucking die rule frequently. Good. That's why I say it. The reason why I started saying do not die was very practical. It was that this was when I started saying do not die when I was a smaller creator, because I saw way too many queer people who were grappling with all kinds of depression and this feeling like they needed to die. And I wanted to just have something small, a tiny mantra that reminded people Do not fucking die. Don't do it. Just stay strong. Whatever you do, don't fucking die. Keep living. Because you never know what's around the corner. You seriously don't. Life can have incredible changes just around the corner for you. I know this firsthand. Just keep fucking fighting. Do not fucking die. It's the best rule, Demon Mama. Thank you. Witch Night Melody says your do not die mantra helps me in my everyday life. See? Small, just a small I told you so, guys. Non-spiritual, technically not religious, but nonetheless a important practice. It has a spiritual value, which is why I do it. The goal is not to make an enemy of death, but rather to inspire perseverance. Because, again, I could go into the whole mentality behind do not die. It's such a simple phrase, but I actually thought about it an incredible amount before I started saying it. One of the reasons why is because I think a lot of queer people are constantly basically receiving the message that you should die. And I think that that should be rejected wholly, which is why I take the time out of my day to tell people do not fucking die. Because sometimes you just need someone to tell you that, to remind you of that. And then if you keep telling yourself that, you'll tell other people that. There's a lot of fucking assholes out there, freaks like Matt Walsh and whatever, who really want queer people to fucking die off. But we're not gonna fucking die. Mother Mir set with the $5. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Demon Mama and chat. My favorite D&D character I made was a level 8 warlock that had a redemption arc, took in an orphan, and started a pipe carving shop. That sounds awesome. That sounds like an excellent character. An excellent character. That sounds wonderful. Staying alive is indeed an act of defiance, but it's also an act of courage, and it is an act of strength. Choosing to stay alive even when other people don't care for your existence is not just an act of defiance, it's an act of courage and an act of strength, and it is to be, it's commendable. It is commendable to hold on and keep fighting for the next day. LB says, I wanted to quit high school so fucking bad, but the whole time, but then it just fizzled out because of the pandemic and I'm graduated now. It sucks how you have to have graduated to do so many things, but whatever. Yeah, unfortunately, a high school degree is really fucking important in America, which is why I always tell people just hold strong if you can. I know it feels terrible. High school fucking sucks. No doubt about that. I'm not telling you that it's good. I'm not telling you you need to have a good time, but hold out because it's worth it. And if nothing else, make sure you actually, if you've already dropped out, make sure you get your GED because life becomes very difficult if you don't. Trans Girl Jade says, I'm honestly looking into getting recording equipment because of people from Demon Mama and her chat encouraging me to share my voice and opinions. I'm waiting for the next check to come through and then I'm gonna buy a mic and maybe a cam to start recording some things for YouTube. That's fucking awesome, Trans Girl Jade. Good luck. That sounds amazing. Zoe Vex says, yeah, if you do decide to drop out, enroll in a GED program right away. Keyword, right away. Don't wait. Because the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to get yourself to go and do it. Again, it's usually just best to hold out if you can. I know that high school is miserable. I know it's miserable. It's terrible. But it's worth it. You'll thank yourself for doing it. Oh. All right. All right, you know what? Let's react to this. Let's react to this TYT thing. I want to see what they had to say about this. I haven't talked about Ukraine for a while. Let's react to this. Let's do a react. Let's see.
President Biden has informed the G7 allies here that the United States has agreed to allow Ukrainian pilots to begin training to fly American-made F-16 fighter jets. This move represents a major reversal for Biden and a wish fulfilled for Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who has pleaded for F-16s for months.
Oh, goody, an escalation of war. Now, in this case, as you heard in that report, the Biden administration will now allow our European allies to transfer American-made F-16s to Ukraine, something that was considered a red line by the Biden administration previously, especially when we're dealing with another nuclear power, Russia.
Okay, hold on a second. Whoa, 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 whoa! You know, Ukraine doesn't have a significant air power whatsoever. Russia does. Russia is flying jets into Ukraine and dropping shit all over. Let me just see, hold on. According to a report from last year, the entire Ukrainian Air Force had just 124 combat-capable aircraft. 124 combat-capable aircraft in the entire Ukrainian Air Force. Hold on, let's see. According to a report from 2022, Russia has 370 MiG-29s, MiG-29, MiG-31s, and MiG-35s, and 350 Su-27s, Su-30s, and Su-35s. So they have somewhere over like 720 jets versus Ukrainians' 124 total combat aircraft. Is that an escalation, or is that an evening out of the stakes? Because to me, it seems like that's not really giving a couple of jets to the side that has no jets, the side that was being invaded. Does not seem to me to be a mega escalation. What the? Okay. Look, I understand. Again, okay, I want to be 100% clear about this. This is something I've said about Ukraine from the very beginning. I can understand people being concerned about the like downstream effects of putting American weaponry anywhere, okay? I genuinely can understand concerns about that. For example, the United States has, in the history of the world, often armed, strategically armed groups that ended up being really bad. Like, for example, the Taliban. The United States gave a lot of munitions to the Taliban, which gave them enough power to later become combatants that ended up taking over and instituting a deranged, hyper-religious order in Afghanistan. Of course, there was much more that happened in Afghanistan. That's not the only thing that happened. But the United States has a history of carelessly giving out weapons. However, to call giving jets to the side that was invaded by an aggressive imperial power, Russia is an aggressive imperial power that invaded Ukraine. Russia has 720 known jets versus Ukraine's 124. Calling that an escalation with the sarcastic tone really seems very slanted and misleading to me. That seems like you're trying to, that really sends a message of what you think about the plight of the people in Ukraine who are fucking being invaded by a absolutely aggressive power to the, to their east. Their east and northeast. Like, I don't know. Let's continue.
And of course, Vladimir Putin has responded to this by threatening nuclear war with the United States, which is unsurprising. It's not the first time he's done it, but maybe send.
Okay, wait a second. This is another thing. I don't mean to just immediately pause Andrea, But this is another thing that weirds me out. I always find it weird when people use the fact that Putin is threatening nuclear war as like a argument against resisting Putin. Doesn't the fact that Putin is willing to threaten nuclear war, isn't that a sign that this guy is totally irrational and completely willing to literally end the world over a territorial struggle? Isn't that an argument against Putin? Why do they use it like it's an argument for Putin? Like, I know they'll say that it's like, oh, well, I'm urging caution, but that's a really weird way to urge caution, to be like, Putin said he was gonna nuke the world. That's why we should let Ukraine get bowled over and conquered. What? What the fuck?
Over offensive weaponry to Ukraine, not the best idea. And there is no end in sight for this war. In fact, the idea of sending F-16s to Ukraine makes it abundantly clear that the United States and its allies intend to continue engaging in this war for at least 18 months, possibly more, because there's some training necessary in order to ensure that members of Ukraine's military are able to operate F-16.
Well, obviously, the United States and its allies are going to be involved in this fucking conflict because Putin has threatened the world with nuclear destruction and is invading a neighboring country that borders NATO nations. Obviously, like, what are you talking about? Obviously, they're going to be involved. Putin chose to invade a neighboring country that immediately, and then also is threatening the world with nuclear war. What are you talking about? Well, what the fuck is this? What is this shit? This sounds like Jimmy Dore stupidity. Like, if you're gonna engage in a conversation about global struggle and nuclear war, I really do feel like you should take it more seriously than just like, I don't know, making like, oh my God, the United States is interested in the future of the struggle in Ukraine? Yeah, fucking obviously. Obviously they are. Yes, obviously.
We'll get to all those details in just a moment. Now, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has been asking for F-16 since the beginning of this war, and the United States, under Biden's leadership, had refused to do so. They saw it as an escalation of war. The next video has some more details on this.
The F-16, the backbone of the U.S. air fleet, can travel twice the speed of sound, drop bombs on ground targets, and fire air-to-air missiles. Ukraine believes these planes provide a distinct advantage in the skies, enabling them to shoot down incoming cruise missiles and fighter jets, fending off Russia's punishing air assaults. But up till now, providing F-16s has been a red line for President Biden, reluctant to provoke an unpredictable escalation from Russia. Still, in a February interview with David, Biden did leave the door open just a crack.
We know President Zelensky continues to say what he really needs are F-16s. Will you send F-16s?
Look, we're sending him what our seasoned military thinks he needs now.
You don't think he needs F-16s now?
No, he doesn't need F-16s now.
That was what he said in February, but clearly he has now changed his tune. Now, for the moment being, there's no indication that the United States is going to transfer its F-16s to Ukraine. It's just that our allies will be doing so. But let's keep it real. Eventually, the United States will be doing so as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, sure. My source is the crystal ball. My source is the orb. I consulted the orb. Yeah, also that's the other thing too. Keep in mind that our NATO allies, this is why I was saying that obviously the United States is going to take interest in Ukraine, because our allies do as well. Nobody likes the idea of a country that borders a bunch of NATO nations being aggressively invaded by Russia, and Russia fucking flattening civilian areas en masse. All the countries that neighbor that are rightfully going, what the fuck? That's insane. We need to make sure this doesn't come to us next. This is so embarrassing. God, it's so fucking embarrassing.
Because it's an opportunity for, we know what it's an opportunity for. Send them more weapons. That creates a need for the United States to replenish its weaponry. And that means more money for the defense contractors who are absolutely salivating over this war that is now quickly becoming an endless war. And I'll explain more of that in just a moment. But Cenk, I wanted to give you an opportunity to jump in.
Yeah.
Listen. I love critiques of the military-industrial complex a lot. You guys know, I play the games, I watch the movies, I love critiques of the military-industrial complex. But saying that NATO allies giving their F-16s to Ukraine creates a justification to replenish American supplies when she just said that it wasn't American F-16s that were being given, it was allied F-16s that Biden was okaying. He's saying, yeah, go ahead, allies, you go ahead, I'm okay with this. That seems like, it seems like there's a missing step here.
So guys, the administration is partly worried about it because it's an escalation. I would say that's the minority concern. They're not really talking about the majority concern, which they mentioned in some articles, but they mentioned it in passing as if it's the smaller concern. I don't think so at all, for reasons I'll explain here. The larger concern is they don't want the technology to fall into the wrong hands, mainly the Russian hands. Because it's one thing for the Ukrainians to have an F-16, it's another thing for an F-16 to get shot down in area controlled by Russia, where they could then just take the F-16 and reverse engineer it.
Is that true though? That sounds like I don't know if that's true. I feel like that's like not true anymore. Like the differences in air technology I don't believe it's like literally like a knowledge gap. I think it's literally just like what type of it's a production gap, right? Like undoubtedly Chinese intelligence knows how we build our rockets. Undoubtedly Russian intelligence knows how we build our rockets. They just have a different manufacturing process. Like, I don't think there's like secret magical technology they haven't unlocked yet. This sounds like Stellaris logic. You guys ever played a Paradox game? You know, where like if your ship gets blown up in enemy territory, they can send a science vessel over to scan it and steal your technologies. Like, I don't think that's how it works anymore. Like maybe in like World War II, but I don't think there's like a whole lot of secret technology in an F-16. When was the F-16 developed? Hold on, let me just confirm this. Hold on, let's see. I want to see, when was it originally developed? It was originally developed in 1974. The F-16 originally was manufactured for the US military in 50 years ago. An F-16 is a 50-year-old jet. You're trying to tell me that you think that Russia doesn't know how to perfectly copy an F-16 if they want to? Excuse me. Goodness. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Right? And so now you might think, well, okay, that's a real national security issue for us because the F-16s are excellent and it's a rare thing we do right in the US military in terms of technology. And so that could be an...
These ones would be the 1990s era upgrades. Yeah, but still. But still, 1990s? You're telling me that there are no Russian engineers that have figured out how to make a jet? No, I don't think that's the problem. I genuinely do not think that that's an issue. I don't think it's a tech difference problem. It's a production thing, right? Like our F-16s are better than some of the Russian jets because it's expensive to produce new ones. Not because of reverse engineering threats, but because the Russian 720 jets of the Russian Air Force they already built those in the past, and building new ones would cost an incredible amount of money and might require manufacturing capability that they can't swing. It's a economic thing. Panic Stasis says Azerbaijan has F-16s. I guarantee you the Russians have seen every piece of tech that's in them. It's production that's the issue. That's the wall. The reason why Russian jets suck is because they don't have the money to invest in building out a new fleet, because jets are crazy expensive to manufacture. It's not because they don't know how to make the technology. Alora says there are currently worries about the 1990s F-16s being able to procure spare parts for Ukraine because they're that old. Yeah, like it's a manufacturing problem, exactly. Mesmerized says this is a big thing with missiles as well. Missiles are super expensive and it takes multiple years to construct them. Running out of those is the real loss to the US military because they take a long time to produce. It's not about fucking scanning the enemy technology and them jumping forward into the internet age. That's fucking childish. Has Cenk been playing Stellaris or something? Has Cenk been playing Civilization 6 or something? What the fuck?
National security problem for us. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit of a concern too. But the larger concern is the people that sell the F-16 don't want anyone else to be able to produce cheaper F-16s without going through them.
You can't just produce, you can't just snap your fingers and produce cheaper jets. Russia has cheaper jets. They suck. They're cheaper because they were made a long time ago, and making new ones is crazy expensive. What the hell? Hold on, I have to get this one, hold on. Here we go. This is what we need right here. You need the fucking you need the StarCraft technology unlocked sounds. This StarCraft Academy unlocked sounds.
The defense contractors.
You know what? That is the most important part of the story.
How is this watchable? Sorry, let me just rewind here so we can get their weird reactions to this shit.
The people that sell the F-16 don't want anyone else to be able to produce cheaper F-16s without going through them. I.e. the defense contractors.
You know what? That is the most important part of the story, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, God forbid that these defense contractors, these military these military-grade weaponry manufacturers have some competition. I mean, that's the real war we should be concerned about, Uger.
Okay, hold on, guys. I just need to make sure I've got this straight. So, TYT's position now is that Ukraine having jets is bad because... Wait a minute. Weren't they arguing? Weren't they arguing for this? Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. They were just arguing. Cenk was saying that the big concern is that the military-industrial complex people don't want them to have competitors, and they were arguing on that side. They were saying that was one of the concerns, and now they are sarcastically going, oh, wouldn't it be a disaster if these people had competition? What the fuck is going on? Hold on, guys. I got the proper sound effect for this. Hold on. Where's the one? Wait, hold on. Do I have it? Hold on. This is the one. Hold on. Here we go. This is the one. Here we go.
Engineering. I have the tools.
This is the Russian engineers when an F-16 crashes.
I've got the knowledge. Need a repair? Yes, sir. Moving. I won't be late. Analyzing schematics. Studying blueprints. Got the plans right here. Get me out of here. I'm unarmed. We'll have the power up in 30 seconds, sir.
That's all of the Russian engineers like happily. I'm analyzing the schematics, sir. Technology researched. Hold on, let's rewatch this and make sure I'm not going crazy. Just to be sure. Hold on.
Oh, you know what? That is the most important part.
Is the people that sell the F-16 don't want anyone else to be able to produce cheaper F-16s.
Okay, so I'm right. This is an argument that he's saying is on his side of things because they're taking the side that the F-16 shouldn't be sent. So Anna is about to react sarcastically to an argument that Cenk was making in favor of their position.
Going through them, i.e. the defense contractors.
Oh, you know what? That is the most important part of the story, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, God forbid that these defense contractors, these military these military-grade weaponry manufacturers have some competition. I mean, that's the real war we should be concerned about, Uger.
Exactly, but isn't it interesting that the media?
Oh my God. Did Anna smack her head really hard like a year ago? This is reminding me of her last big bungle, where she just bungles her own argument. Did she forget that he was making an argument for their side of things? And then she just goes and soy faces and makes it all sarcastic? Even though that's supposedly to be one of the things that they're trying to tell you that you should be concerned about Russia stealing the tech? Oh my God.
Media doesn't mention that?
No, it's not interesting. It's the most expected part of the story imaginable.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we went through the same thing with the M1 Abrams tank earlier in this war. And so the defense contractors are super nervous about their beloved technology, which they have now taking billions, if not trillions of dollars off the hands of US taxpayers and taxpayers in Northern Europe, et cetera. That technology falling into hands that would allow them to not have a monopoly on those weapons, okay?
For real? Hold on a second. I just gotta be clear about this. Hold on. Once again, the M1 Abrams has been in service since 1980. M1 Abrams were used in the Persian Gulf War, in the war in Afghanistan, where Russia was also involved, in the Iraq War, in the Egyptian Revolution, in the Second Iraq War. They were used in Yemen. So no, actually, there isn't. That's not the problem. Nobody's fucking nervous that they're gonna reverse engineer your 1980s tank and produce it cheaper. Just what are you talking about, man? No, I think this is insane. I think he's just this is an asshole. That's all I can conclude, is that this is an ass pull. You can't seriously believe that like military companies are worried about a tank that was dumped by the bucket load all over Iraq, all over Afghanistan, all over the Middle East. M1 Abrams tanks are kicking around, and you're telling me that they're afraid that Russia is gonna use a fucking a little monk that goes whoa, 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 and they're gonna just copy it and then start producing them for cheaper somehow? No, that doesn't even make sense. This is like a child's interpretation of warfare and technology. This is an ass pull.
And so that's the iceberg of this story that no one else is talking about. By the way, also true of the so-called Pentagon accounting error that you might have heard about. We're going to talk about that later in the show.
Now, John Kirby, who's a spokesperson for the White House, sat down for an interview about this new decision to allow for F-16s to be sent to Ukraine. And the big question is, doesn't the Biden administration see this as an escalation of war? Why the 180 on this topic? Well, he claims no, not at all. Let's watch.
Just a short time ago, the Kremlin responded, calling this a, quote, colossal risk. President Biden's concern from the very beginning with providing F-16s was that it could potentially escalate this war. What assurances does the U.S. have?
John Fallon says, remember, TYT is owned by Al Jazeera. They're contractually obliged to defame the West. I don't even care. I think it's great to defame the West. Please, defame the West, okay? But please don't do it stupidly. If you're gonna defame the West, don't fucking do it like this. This is just stupid. Like, it's just obviously false. No one is concerned that Russia is gonna copy the M1 Abrams and produce it cheaper. They have their own tanks and their own they have their own armored divisions. It's never been a problem of them being produced cheaper. These companies have patents anyway. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
From Ukraine that they won't use these F-16s to fire into Russia that could widen this war.
I will tell you, Peter, we have had multiple conversations with the Ukrainians about the risk of escalation here. Nobody wants to see World War III. And we have made it clear that we're not going to encourage or enable Ukraine to strike inside Russian territory. Now, the Ukrainians have been very honest with us and very forthcoming and quite frankly, very responsible when it comes to the kind of support we're giving them, not using that to go inside Russia.
Cool, I'm sure Ukraine would never do any type of offensive attack or would never even consider attacking Russia.
Yeah.
Is Anna trying to be like a Twitch streamer by like responding smugly and sarcastically to everything that's said on the news? Like, leave it to us, okay? We do a way better job, okay? Scoffing at the news is not like, it's not the territory of a supposed news show. Just being like, oh, you mean Ukraine would never fire back? Oh my God, guys, here we go.
Except here's
come on, leave it to us. We got soundboards. We got all kinds of stuff going on. That's not, this is bad TV, this is boring, it sucks, boo! Leave the scoffing at the news to me, okay? We do it better.
Story that broke today. Ukrainian official confirms group of Ukraine-allied Russians crossed into Russian territory and attacked town. Let me give you some more context, but before I do, Jenks, seems like you have some thoughts on this.
I do. Listen, guys, the Ukrainians are not going to want to violate an agreement with America because America could cut off further weapons, et cetera, that they need. So would they attack the Russians right away? No, unlikely with the F-16s. But it depends on how desperate they get. So let's say they think that we're not going to send them any more aid, which is a possibility at some point. They think, well, we already have the F-16s. And understand why they might want to use them inside Russia, because Russia is firing missiles at Ukraine from inside Russia. And the only
How do these people not listen to their own voice? Russia is fucking bombarding the shit out of Ukrainian cities. Russia is firing missiles into the capital city of Ukraine. Russia has been bombing cities into the ground, and they're like, oh no, Ukraine might fire back. Deranged. These people are deranged and inhuman. I hate these fucking fraud-ass journalist fakes. These people gross me out. One of the things I like the most about being a streamer is that I don't have to fucking dress up any of my shit with all their fake crap, with all their stupid suits and their dumb looking backgrounds and their stupid news chyrons on the bottom of the screen. I don't have to fucking dress up my shit. I can just say what I think. These people are fucking they're pretzeling themselves into a way to do apologia for a country and a leader that has been flattening civilian homes into the fucking ground en masse. Like, Russia attacked and invaded Ukraine and has been fucking bombing every city that they can reach. These people have been blowing up hotels, blowing up businesses, blowing up people's houses. An indiscriminate bombing campaign. Are you fucking crazy? What's wrong with you people? What is wrong with these fucking people pretzel themselves into justifying all kinds of shit? It should be easy to say, fuck that shit. It should be easy to say, fuck Putin, fuck this fucking imperial crap, fuck any empire that fires a bunch of missiles into civilian areas and flattens people's homes, innocent people's homes. These people didn't fucking ask for a war. They were living their fucking lives, and Russia decided that we watched Putin's speech when he said that he wanted to bring back the original borders of the fucking Russian Empire. We watched that shit. And these guys have got to find a way to bend over backwards, shove their head up their own ass, pop their neck back out of their fucking penis, and be like, oh, actually, Putin's fine. Ukraine is the real concern, guys. Shut the fuck up. Fuck newscaster fucking frauds.
The only way to stop those is to bomb them inside Russia. So it only depends on how desperate the Ukrainians are. Once they have them, they have them.
So can we just at least be blunt about how this is an escalation of war? Come on, Cenk. Really?
It is.
Like,
I know.
You really think Ukraine is under the impression that if they violate any agreement with the United States, that the United States would...
I'm sorry. Again, this is not... I don't think it's fair to argue that this is an escalation of war. The Ukrainians are going to keep fighting. Their houses and their cities are being bombed into the ground by an invading force. There is no escalation of war there. The war is already happening. The war has been happening. Ukraine does not have the air power to compete with Russia. They're just getting bombed all over the fucking place. This is insanity. These people have lost their mind. TYT are a bunch of fucking loser frauds, and fucking Anna Kasparian's fucking troll face ass, soy facing bullshit doesn't belong on a news, fake ass news show, let alone a stream. Jesus Christ.
Stop sending them weapons? Are you...
No. Sophie in chat says, this is super dehumanizing towards Ukrainians. Yeah, it's fucking gross. It's disgusting. These people are the exact... There is no difference between TYT and the ghouls that... The fucking neoliberal ghouls who cum their pants over at CNN over military technology. There's no fucking difference. These people don't actually care about people living or dying. All they care about is pandering to their perceived political position. It's all numbers to them. What do you think about the Ukrainians who are fucking living their own goddamn lives, playing video games, fucking going to work, taking care of their kids, walking their dogs, when Russia decided to conscript a bunch of their own people? It's really funny too, because a bunch of innocent people in Russia got forcibly conscripted to go fucking die in Ukraine because Putin is a fucking insane imperialist. And you're trying to tell me that I'm supposed to like feel bad about Ukraine getting to even the ground a little bit? No, dude. An escalation of war is letting Russia continue to invade and pound Ukrainian cities into dust. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? These people are Oh my God, it is disgusting. Talk about the dumb left. Bluestone says Putin almost said almost to a T the 14 words in his annexation speech in October. I remember that shit. It was the most fascist shit we've ever seen. We watched it when it was happening. We covered it on this channel. You can go watch the stream.
Oh no,
Come on.
And look, there's a reason why we would care, and we don't want instability because that could affect the stock market. So it's not like we have any pure motives, but we do have motives for not escalating past this. But this is definitely an escalation. And by the way, don't get me wrong. Will we escalate even further? It's enormously possible.
This is a disaster.
But guys, there's the theater as always, and the real world as always. And the theater is, my God, we care about those brave Ukrainians.
These guys are literally sitting in a theater right now. Just remember that. He's talking about theater as they are literally sitting on a studio, the modern theater, downplaying the atrocities played by Russia and saying that Ukraine getting a handful of F-16s is an escalation of war when Russia has been pounding Ukrainian cities into dust. What a bunch of fucking losers.
And is there some truth to that? Yeah, I think there's some truth to that for some people, right? But that's mainly the theater. When you get to the real world is how much are people gonna make off of it? And so it's not just the defense contractors.
Hey, how much do you think TYT is making off of this as they run ad after ad on the little thing here? Oh, subscribe in Prime, subscribe to our Patreon, subscribe, pay for YouTube Premium, give us more donations. Who's making money now, huh?
The oil and gas industry, and we cut off the Russians' gas supply into Europe. Now we're replacing their supply. So, and then there's the banks who gambled on the gas, and there's the banks who gamble on the defense contract.
At least I have the courage to just admit that I'm a fucking YouTuber. At least I have the spine and the morality to just tell you guys I'm a politically motivated YouTuber. I talk about politics. If you think my ideas are cool, support me. These fucking guys like, no, we're a serious news source. Join the TYT Nation now. Only $35 a month to join the TYT Mug Club. Fuckers. And they also run an ungodly amount of ads on their shows.
So there's a world like probably hundreds of billions of dollars here on, not probably, definitely on the line for all those different industries. And they're constantly sending lobbyists to talk to politicians, including the White House, lobby, to make themselves more money. They don't care about our interests, the Ukrainian interests, etc. And that is what's driving a lot of these decisions while the press puts on a play about humanitarian this. America's worried about escalation that.
Damn, they're getting Tim Pool-esque over here. The mainstream media, the lamestream woke media is putting on a show. You guys know that like Fox News is fucking mega anti-Ukraine, and they're the biggest mainstream media channel in the United States. They're anti-Ukraine. Bro, what are you fucking talking about, bro?
When in reality, most of the decision makers are worried about how much money everybody's gonna make.
Let's discuss the decision makers, shall we? Namely, the National Security Advisor who played a key role in persuading Joe Biden to allow for the transfer of the F-16s to Ukraine. And that person's name is Anthony Blinken. Now, what was Anthony Blinken up to after he was advising the Obama administration on foreign policy in Afghanistan? The same foreign policy that extended and expanded upon Bush-era trash foreign policy. What did he do after that, right? That little space in time where it was between Obama and now the Biden administration.
Humanitarian work is my guess, hop guess.
No.
Working with the homeless.
No interest in that. In fact, he
Whoa, don't bring up the homeless around Anna Kasparian. Better be careful. Whoa, Chink, careful. She might pull out her gun.
It was part of a consulting group specifically having to do with getting defense contractors in the same room as government officials.
No, really? In essence, lobbying for defense contractors between government jobs at State Department? Huh? Well, golly gee, I bet this is giant news to the people in Washington.
Okay, but hold on a minute. Again, I'm gonna go back to their own argument. They said that the big concern was from military-industrial complex not wanting their technology to be stolen. So which one is it? Is the military-industrial complex on the side of Ukraine, against the side of Ukraine, lobbying for the war in Ukraine, or lobbying against it? Because they've said both throughout this conversation.
And the reporters are going to clamor to cover this obvious conflict of interest.
So as Washington Post reported, let's go to graphic 5 here. Blinken played a similar role when NATO was at an impasse over whether to provide modern tanks to Ukraine. At the time, Germany was hesitant to approve the transfer of Leopard 2 tanks, a roadblock that was overcome when Blinken pushed the White House to approve the transfer of M1 Abrams tanks over Pentagon reluctance. Now, prior to Blinken serving as Secretary of State for Biden's administration, Blinken ran a defense-related consulting firm known as West Exec. In fact, when Biden tapped him to be part of his administration, I remember researching this and writing a piece on this because I thought that there was some conflicts of interest here. And surely with the development of this war in Ukraine, the conflicts of interest are pretty brazen and pretty obvious. So West Exec did not respond when asked for a list of its clients, but according to people familiar with the arrangement, they include Shield AI, a San Diego-based company that makes surveillance drones, and signed a contract worth as much as $7.2 million with the Air Force to deliver artificial intelligence tools to help drones operate in combat missions. Blinken and Michelle Flournoy, another person who is close with Biden, have served as advisors to Pine Island Capital, which raised $218 million for a new fund to finance investments in military and aerospace companies, among other targets. So,
okay, I agree with them that the revolving door of military-industrial complex ghouls is fucked up. They're just like, I don't disagree with them on that. And Anthony Blinken absolutely sounds like a piece of shit. But what I want to understand is how this directly ties to whether or not it's a good or bad thing that Ukraine is going to have 2 F-16s or 3 F-16s or whatever it is. Like, do you think there would not be military-industrial complex ghouls pushing a Republican? Like, they just said that, I mean, I assume these people didn't support the Iraq war, which was a different guy pushing for that conflict, and that was an invasion we did.
Blinken has a history of working on behalf of defense contractors and getting them sweet deals with the federal government. And that's exactly what I see here. I see this as an opportunity to make money for these defense contractors. It's pretty disgusting because I don't trust, I mean, do we really trust the Pentagon when they can't even pass a single financial audit?
But the Pentagon, wait, you just said in the quote you just said the Pentagon was against putting the M1 Abrams in. So what this guy advocated against the Pentagon. They don't know what they're talking about. I just don't think they know what they're talking about. I think they're just saying activation words to their audience. In the quote she just read, it said that Blinken advocated against the Pentagon. The Pentagon was pushing not to give them M1 Abrams, and Blinken advocated in opposition to the Pentagon. So according to her argument, the Pentagon was on her side of things.
They haven't passed one. Do we really have trust and faith in them in regard to where the military weaponry is ending up? Do they have a full accounting of it?
No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
Okay.
And so all of this is to enrich those folks. But guys, at the same time, the Ukrainians should get our help. and the Russians definitely invaded them, and they were definitely wrong, and it is definitely an imperial exercise. And so we're stuck in the middle ground here, where we want to help good people like us want to help the Ukrainians.
Okay, then push through peace talks
without getting robbed in the process.
Yeah, peace talks. Okay, we don't actually. The United States government isn't actually.
What peace talks? What peace talk? Okay, I'm serious. I'm being really serious here. What peace talks can you have with a guy who said Ukraine belongs to us? We are going to take Ukraine, and if anyone tries to stop us, we'll nuke the entire world. What peace talk can you have with someone behaving like that? What peace talk, like, and how, you don't think that the Ukrainians don't want this to stop? The terms that Putin wants is for their country to belong to him. A peace talk would involve definitively sacrificing the lives of Ukrainians for Putin's imperial ambitions. Cenk just laid it out here, but Anna has to fucking freak out and soy over for Putin. What the fuck is going on? What the absolute fuck is going on with these people?
Interested in ending the war. Let's be 100% honest about that.
Well, that's definitely true, because they're not encouraging peace talks, because that is not in the Ukrainian interest, if you ask me. And the reason is that the US has a separate interest, is because the longer the war goes, the more Russia is depleted. And, you know, from our national security interest, the people in charge want Russia as depleted as possible.
It's a proxy war.
So since it's a proxy war, and we're not the ones that are direct.
That's not a proxy war. It's not a proxy war. Russia just invaded Ukraine. It's an annexation war. That's not what a proxy war is, you fucking idiot. Are you guys crazy? Are these people insane? Russia invaded to annex a neighboring country. They weren't targeting the US. The US has interest because our allies surround Ukraine. What the fuck? Oh my God. That's not what a proxy war is. That's not what a fucking proxy war is. A proxy war was like Afghanistan. A proxy war is when you have a country. Let's pick another example of a proxy war. Although I do think Afghanistan is a perfectly fine option. A proxy war is when you have a country with multiple sides. Some sides are conveniently allied with one portion, with one large country, and some sides are conveniently allied with another portion, and each of the larger, of another powerful country, and the two powerful countries dump money and arms into the respective sides inside that country so that they can fight to end up hopefully winning over the support of that country and functionally having a puppet state under their control. You have a civil war, and America gives a bunch of money to one side so that that side wins, and then they're forever in debt to America. This is not a proxy war. Russia just invaded Ukraine and wants to annex Ukraine.
Directly involved, Russia is. They're the ones that are getting weaker and weaker and weaker as their military gets depleted and run into the ground. And even if they quote unquote win and get parts.
Whose fault is that? Russia chose to invade. Russia conscripted fucking soldiers of its population forcibly on threat of prison. We're not talking like they are using volunteer forces. They didn't even pull in America. They fucking instituted a draft.
Of Ukraine, still their military will have been devastated. Their pipelines will have been shut down.
Or
the sanctions will
blown up.
Or blown up, and that literally happened. And it's probably one of our allies, if not us directly.
Thank you, Hannah Angelina.
And so we will take advantage of all of the things that happen because of the war. And so but that puts good people in the same basket as people who have no interest in humanitarian issues and are just trying to make a buck off this.
Obviously.
And it's an uncomfortable basket.
That's true about every single fucking conflict in the world. That's true about the entire fucking, that's all of geopolitics. That's absolutely, obviously that's true. You're obviously there's going to be vultures circling. There's obviously going to be people who are engaging this on either side. That doesn't mean that you take the side of Putin just because you think that someone bad will agree with you. That's fucking stupid as shit.
And keep in mind that this is solidifying the alliance between Russia and China. So while this is a proxy war and the thinking among the State Department is that this is weakening Russia, it is also strengthening its relationship with China. I should also note that China happens to be one of the countries that is pushing for peace talks, but the United States, because of its interest in wanting to weaken Russia, is really unwilling to push for that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the United States—
I think that's a big citation needed. I don't know that that's true. I don't actually know that that's true. I don't know that this struggle is significantly strengthening Russia and China's relations.
Intends to continue this war for at least 18 months, if not longer. If you don't believe me, take a look at this final video.
President Zelensky has been begging for them for more than a year. President Biden has resisted until this point. So what changed?
Nothing changed. I mean, we have been evolving our support for Ukraine as the war has evolved. And when we're talking about fighter aircraft, that's really not designed to help us in the immediate future here with the counteroffensive.
The training alone, John, could take 18 months, the defense secretary.
Well, that's an initial estimate. As the war has evolved, we've also started to have conversations with the Ukrainians about long-term defense needs, because when this war is over, whenever that is and under what conditions, they're still going to have a long border with Russia. They're still going to need significant defense support.
So at least 18 months just to train the soldiers in Ukraine how to use the F-16s, at least 18 months. So no end in sight. Let's just be absolutely clear about that.
Well, that doesn't mean anything, though. We have military people training people in every country in the world. That doesn't equate to the same thing as United States being involved directly in the conflict. Like, obviously, it's terrible that the United States has covered the world with its military bases, but us training people to use technology, or not even us in this case, I guess maybe it is. I don't know if he was talking about like our allies training them, because what they said at the beginning was that we weren't giving them F-16s, our allies were giving them F-16s. So I don't know for sure if they're talking about US people training them or not. Maybe I just missed something. Regardless, having military people train other people is happening all over the world all the time. I don't think that guarantees 18 months of US involvement in this conflict. You want to know what guarantees US involvement in this conflict? Russia invading Ukraine. There's a really simple answer. There's a much easier answer. Let's just use the fucking razor there, okay? You can cut the Gordian knot with a very simple answer, which is the thing that guarantees the United States fucking involvement is the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine, a place of significant NATO strategic interest. Obviously, a invasion by a modern military into a state that borders a bunch of NATO states and has ties to a bunch of other countries is going to guarantee US interest. Obviously. It's not the fucking jets that are going to do it. It's the fact that there's an invasion at all.
And in those 18 months, I'm just curious, how many times does the Biden administration intend to tap Congress to appropriate hundreds of billions of dollars more to assist in the war effort in Ukraine?
Yeah.
While, by the way, simultaneously nickel and diming the American people, right? Right now, Biden is engaging in negotiations with Kevin McCarthy to raise the debt ceiling, and he is seriously considering work requirements for Americans who are so poor, who are so poverty-stricken that they would need to do prove that they're looking for work or engaging in work in order to get welfare benefits.
Yeah, that's obviously shitty. Fuck Biden. But what does that have to do at all with this situation or the morality of the situation? This is just, again, I guess I just got to bring it back. I guess I just got to bring the I guess I just got to bring back the fucking, here we go. Just bring it back. It's just fucking neuron activation.
They clearly need because they're struggling financially. So nickel and dime the American people, continue this now new endless war with Russia. It's a proxy war. It's just, I don't know. I think that the way the U.S. has now decided to handle this is pretty disastrous and continues to get worse.
So some estimates have them being trained by the fall.
What a big fat nothing burger. Man, TYT is just so bad these days. They had to do this segment because they knew that their audience is super triggered about the they-them army of Ukraine fighting back against the based and Chad-pilled Russian Z fighters or whatever. You know their stupid dumb left audience was like, oh, why aren't you guys talking about Ukraine? And Cenk was like, ooh, we could make some fucking fat cash if we virtue signaled against Ukraine, but let's not go too hard. Ooh, and then Anna was just like, no, fuck Ukraine! Joe Biden is ripping off the Americans to help dirty Ukrainians. Oh, wow, isn't that interesting? They're gonna download the technology for an M1 Abrams tank. That'll never happen. Oh, you mean to tell me that the military-industrial complex, Ukraine, Putin, Ukraine, work requirements, Kevin McCarthy, Joe Biden? Man, fuck these people. Fuck these people. Oh, fuck these people so much. Oh my God. Oh, I really don't feel like Anna used to be this bad. I really don't. I feel like I used to watch Anna Kasparian talk with Michael Brooks, and I felt like she was way more careful. Maybe something just broke. Maybe she just got blackpilled and was just like, all right, I'm done now. It's time to just sell out completely. But the Anna Kasparian that we've seen for the last few months is like laughable. Like this was just a hilariously bad segment. It's so pathetic. Yeah, transphobia melts the brain, it turns out. Actually, I think like transphobia is the symptom that reveals that the brain is melting. The transphobia itself doesn't melt the brain, but only a melting brain can engage in transphobia, if that makes sense. Some states already have work requirements, yeah, and Joe Biden is a fucking cowardly piece of shit for even considering work requirements. Work requirements are fucking stupid and expensive. Real quick, just so you guys understand that I don't think that like Anna is wrong to be mad about work requirements. Work requirements are terrible. They make welfare more expensive and harder to access. They are a lose-lose for everyone except Republicans who want welfare to be defunded. They want welfare to be ridiculously expensive so that they can go, oh my God, we got to make cuts to welfare. And they want welfare to be hard to access so that they can say, so they can ultimately defund welfare. They don't want people receiving welfare. They want to get rid of it. And so this is one of the ways they do it. They make it really difficult to access and super expensive to administer. So less people get welfare and it costs the government more, which means they have a bargaining chip to shut down welfare programs. It's a disgusting and slimy tactic, and Joe Biden is a fucking fool for even considering compromising because of the hostage situation around the debt ceiling. It's ridiculous. All right. My lovely imps, if you enjoy an honest broadcaster, somebody who doesn't have the fucking fake pretension of pretending to be some like official news source while ultimately just belching out stupid ass opinions, someone who actually speaks to you like a fucking thinking person, fucking hit subscribe down below, smash that subscribe button, press like, and make sure you leave some comments. Tell me what you think about this. Did I mess up everything about Ukraine? Did I get facts wrong? Tell me down below in the comments because I would love to see what you have to say. Oh my goodness. What a mess. All right, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps, the time has come. I am very hungry. We had a 5.5 hour stream. I think today was very valuable and good. But I have to go get some rest. My back is a little sore. I don't want to push my back too far, and I really want to eat some food. So I'm going to roll out for tonight, but I will be streaming again very soon. So keep your eyes peeled, because I'll be back streaming again later this week. I got a lot of other stuff to talk about. We got to talk about the Catholic Church. We got to talk, because there's that whole thing that was revealed. We didn't get to that tonight. And there's a whole bunch of other things I want to talk about. I'm sure that there is apparently going to be follow-ups to the Illuminati situation. Also, keep an eye out tomorrow. The Drama Mama is dropping. So if you hear people going, what the hell's going on with this Illuminati situation, send them my Drama Mama video, which is going to be dropping tomorrow morning, all right? Much love to all my imps. Thank you so much for supporting me. And remember, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Thank you for supporting me, and good night. Bye for now.